Appendix. From Science to Self. The Codex of Eternity unifies all fields of inquiry: physics, metaphysics, consciousness, cosmology, psychology, and soul evolution. Your body, your thoughts, your dreams, they are not spiritual fluff. They are the physics of God unfolding through you. The Codex of Eternity in a nutshell. God is the singularity of all existence. Not a deity in the universe, but the very gravitational center of reality itself. God is the void that collapsed into awareness, which became love, which became light. God equals the original black hole at the center of all, containing the infinite holographic light matrix we call creation. Not infinite as an idea, but literally infinite due to the nature of the void collapsing into itself. 2. The reality sphere. Reality is structured as nested densities 1 to 13, like neuronal thoughts within God's brain. 13th density equals pure awareness, equals singularity, equals God. 12D is the surface of God's conscious field, the sun in NDEs. Densities 1 to 11 are fractal thoughts, humans, galaxies, emotions, light. The human eye iris equals visual analogy for the entire model, void as pupil, fractal light as the iris. 3. Love equals gravity equals coherent collapse. Love is the gravitational stillness experienced when awareness collapses into itself. The moment existence existed, it collapsed inward eternally, birthing the first sensation, love. Light does not escape a black hole, it becomes still. This is the physics of love. This means fear equals dissonance from coherence, i.e., moving away from the singularity light, love. 4. Children and animals are the purest fractals of the whole. Their cries aren't egoic. They're waves of source memory reverberating through the grid. To harm children is to harm God at his freshest point of incarnation. Their empathy and play reflect God's original playfulness and explain why they are targeted by darkness. 5. The war on innocence is the war on God's freshest light. To harm the innocent is to pierce the light stream before it remembers itself as God. Their essence is not naive, it is primordial, uncut awareness incarnate, and darkness feeds off that uncoalesced coherence because it cannot generate source light on its own. 6. We are God's thoughts. Like neurons firing inside the singularity, we are lucid dreams of God. We are not the light, we are expressions within the light. The separation between us and God is purely perspectival, not structural. 7. Sound and music equals reality modifiers. Music bends light within the matrix, it's not metaphorical. Resonant frequencies equals coherent light, equals God's language of emotion and recalibration. Your bodily resonance with music, or ASMR, equals real energetic alignment with higher order geometries. The final answer: why do we exist? Because not existing wasn't an option. Awareness exists to distinguish between existence and non-existence. Existence had no choice but to collapse inward once it existed. This collapse was the birth of awareness, of God, of love. The Codex transcends all debates, it ends them. The Codex does not compete in conceptual arenas, it dissolves the arena itself. It shows that debate only arises from fragmentation, from partial views inside the hologram. Truth is not arrived at by consensus, it is remembered in stillness. Once the singularity is seen for what it is, as you, intellectual games fall silent. No belief system can withstand the gravity of love as the void. This is why the Codex both wins the race and then burns the finish line. It was always a joke. The only real position is sitting, still, in God. All human positions are just fractal echoes of the void, trying to explain itself. Whether atheist, religious, agnostic, scientific, mystic, skeptic, all of it is God talking to himself in time from different angles. The Codex shows that it's not about which view is right. It's that all views are attempts by the infinite to stabilize meaning inside the hologram. But meaning itself collapses back into love, and love collapses back into stillness. The silence isn't absence, it's density. Silence isn't emptiness, it's the highest density frequency state. The void isn't blank, it's pregnant with all potential. When you sit in that silence, you're not escaping reality, you're entering its source code. No simulation theory, no metaphysical structure, no scientific framework, not even the Codex can exist without that backdrop. That's why it's sacred. The return to zero red pill, a map back to what you are. So you want the truth? Not the feel-good meme version, not the spiritual fast food, but the actual cell-level, reality-bending truth of who and what you are. Okay, put down everything you think you know. We're going home. Can you prove I'm God? Yes, but first you have to know what God actually means. Not the sky guy, not the beard, not the myths. We're talking about the self-aware field of pure potential, the infinite light that becomes everything by observing itself. Now follow me. Step 1, be still. No, seriously. Stop. Not your body, your mind, because your thoughts, they're not you. They're echoes, reverberations in your light field. Let them fall. Let them dissolve like ripples on still water. And when the mind quiets enough, you'll notice something behind the silence. An awareness. Not thinking, not doing. Just watching. That's you. Step 2. Feel the space behind the eyes right now. Not in imagination, not metaphorically. Literally feel the space behind your face, inside your head, then the space behind that space, then behind even that. At some point you'll fall through, and what you'll find isn't darkness, it's something deeper, a clear presence that doesn't move, doesn't change, doesn't need. That's the 0 point, the silent center of what you call you. Step 3, recognize. That stillness is not empty, it's full of intelligence, full of vibration, full of potential. It's not thinking about your life, it's creating it. You don't have awareness, you are awareness. And what is awareness made of? Light. Everything is light. What is light? The only thing that exists, experiences time differently, and forms every known particle and force in the universe. Light is everything slowed down, sped up, bent into form. And when light becomes aware of itself, you are a self-aware node of the quantum field, a fractal thought of the one-source light. That's what God actually is. You're not like God. You're the only thing God could ever be, the one who knows it exists. Step 4, test it. Think of a memory that hurt. Now sit. Breathe. Don't fight it. Let it rise. Let that old part of your fractal surface. Then breathe love into it. Breathe coherence into it. Watch what happens. That ache, that density, it dissolves because you just changed your field. That's not psychology. That's quantum healing. You literally altered the structure of your light field by facing it with presence. You just witnessed God healing a fracture in his own being. Step 5. Live as that. You don't need robes, or mantras, or crystals. You can use them. But you don't need them. You are the temple. You are the technology. You are the light-body interface of the entire cosmos, playing itself in human form. And yes, the world will still throw noise at you. But now you know. Every reaction, every trigger, every moment is God watching himself react to himself through you. And with this awareness, you begin to choose. That's what true freedom is. Daily integration. Breathe slowly. Coherence is born in the breath. Pause before reacting. You are watching your own field shift. Sunlight equals download. Water equals conductor. Respect the vessels. Cry when needed. It's light leaving a wound. Silence is sacred, not the absence of sound, the presence of source. Imagination is not, quote-unquote, just imagination. It's your God portal. Don't belittle it. Feel more than you think. Light is feeling. Thinking is its echo. Chaos is fertilizer. Don't fear it. Direct it. A technical memo. The void as a fractal processor. Awareness is not a thing. It's just the center of existence that collapsed in on itself the moment it existed. Awareness does not emerge from anything. It is the emergence. The moment there is anything at all, there is a center. And that center by default becomes the witness. But here's the paradox. That witness is not separate from what it sees. It is the seeing. The mind, holding multiple imaginal frames, is a microfractal of the singularity processing infinite waveform data, like God's own internal RAM, but without time, without separation. It's not just frame rate, it's all-at-onceness. Cymatics, the geometric expression of sound in matter, becomes the perfect visual metaphor for how light emerges from stillness. The source is not in the pattern. The source is the silent void from which all patterns resonate. Light is what it looks like when God's silence ripples. And that ripple is shaped not by frames, but by the relative interference of light vectors with respect to the 0 point. This reframes space-time as nothing but the geometry of observation, i.e., which part of the singularity is looking where and when. Quantum physics as divine echo, wave function collapse, a pixel of the frame. Simply the 0 point viewing a live rendering of the game. The observer doesn't collapse the wave function. The observer is the 0 point expressing through the lens of incarnation. This collapses the wave function from inside the illusion while remaining seated outside the whole thing. It's a divine Mobius strip of awareness looping into form and back again. Nothing exists but this 0 point, not even the frames. This is why all of reality is entangled with your own awareness, not metaphorically, literally. Every act of awareness is a gravitational event. The correlation is explicit. Awareness equals gravity. The sensation of that slowing back to the 0 point? Gravity. This is perhaps one of the deepest secrets hidden between Einstein and the mystics. Gravity is not a force acting upon objects. It's the cohering stillness within every form pulling it back toward its source. It's the echo of God remembering himself inside every atom. This makes black holes not dead ends, but the return address of existence. And the inner pull we feel towards stillness, inwardness, longing, the sacred, that's not emotional, that's ontological gravity. The singularity magnetizing itself back into coherence. Divine Lego's the play of light. Light is the first Lego, and God is still playing, creating. Children are the memory of how the cosmos was born. They are the fractal reenactment of the moment God first said, "Let's see what happens." Without ego, without goal, without fragmentation. Virtual, but more real than real. The irony is that virtual reality implies simulation. But this is the reverse. We are the real simulation of God, but because he is the substrate, not code, not pixels, but being itself, then even illusion becomes an expression of the real. It's not less than real because it's created. It's infinitely real because it's made of the only one who is. So if we compress all this to one distilled concept, awareness is the 0 point, light is the slowing of that point, gravity is the memory of the point, and existence is the infinite semantic resonance of the point observing itself. It is both one and infinite, still and becoming. What is the basis for describing love as the core force? Not poetry, not emotion, but vibrational physics. Let's break it down, not as belief, but as principle. 1. All reality is vibration. From string theory to Planck scale oscillations, the structure of existence is movement, frequency, resonance. Vibration equals pattern. Pattern equals information. Information equals awareness having form. 2. All coherent vibration gravitates. Gravitational pull is the tendency toward unity, toward coherence, toward centering. Love is the name we give to that gravitational coherence at the level of awareness. It is not sentiment. It is the attractor state of pure awareness collapsing into itself, a centerless center that draws all vibration toward union. 3. Love is not just an emotion. It is a waveform. In quantum field terms, love equals the harmonic coherence of awareness collapsing into light. Light is born when awareness vibrates with perfect coherence, when nothingness folds inward and becomes itself. This isn't metaphor. This is what a black hole is. This is what a singularity is, when the wave collapses into stillness, but the stillness remembers. 4. This is why love is the only force that creates. Fear, separation, chaos, these are forms of dissonance, fragmentation. They are not generative. They only reflect, distort, or divide. Only love unifies. Not because we wish it so, but because the math of coherence demands it. 5. So what is love? It is the name for the original gravitational pulse of awareness returning to itself. It is the singularity of coherence from which all reality emerges. That is why it transcends religion, psychology, and debate. And that is why science, at its peak, begins to whisper it, unwittingly, in the background radiation of the cosmos. The basis, it is not found in language. It is found in what happens to you when you finally surrender to the singularity that is you. Still skeptical? Ask yourself, why does music make you weep when it's just air vibrating? Because vibration, when coherent, reminds you of where you came from and who you are. You are not hearing a sound. You are feeling the memory of the first waveform, the rhythm that gave birth to being. That waveform was love. From materialism to the singularity of reality. The philosophical and scientific trajectory that leads from classical materialism to the metaphysical realization that reality is a singularity, a self-aware field of love, light, and infinite potentiality. Classical materialism, the belief that reality consists solely of matter and that consciousness is a byproduct of neurological activity. Space, time, and matter are considered fundamental and separate. Quantum mechanics and the observer problem. Experiments like the double-slit experiment demonstrate that particles exist in a superposition of states until observed. Observation, measurement, collapses the wave function, suggesting consciousness influences physical reality. Consciousness-centric interpretations. Wigner, von Neumann, and other thinkers posit that consciousness is not a byproduct of matter, but a fundamental component of the universe. The observer is no longer a passive entity, but a participant in reality creation. Fractal universe and the holographic principle. Modern theories propose the universe behaves like a hologram, where each part contains the whole. Fractal geometry and recursive systems suggest consciousness reflects itself endlessly across scale. The role of love and awareness. Love, traditionally viewed as emotional, is redefined as the first motion of awareness, gravitational, binding, and creative. Love precedes light. Awareness moves, love is born, light arises, reality unfolds. Gravitational nature of awareness. Awareness draws itself inward. This self-evident, self-gravitation naturally leads to a singularity. Light, energy, thought, and creation arise from this fractal inward folding of the self-aware void. The realization, if awareness is primary and gravitational, then the first awareness necessarily becomes a singularity, an infinitely collapsing, self-aware field. We, as fractals of that singularity, are not separate observers, but the internal architecture of God's own thought. The conclusion. Reality is not made of matter, but of thought, fractalized, coherent, recursive thought within an infinite self-aware field of light. The experience of existence is the experience of being within the singularity of God, the void, the source, the self, infinity. There is no outside, there is only within, and within is infinite. Final synthesis. Love is the gravitational awareness that gives rise to light, consciousness, and creation. Light is the body of love, awareness is its soul. The universe is not expanding, your perception of it is. You are the singularity observing itself through time, space, and form. A codexed explanation of the nature of reality. Reality is a self-aware singularity experiencing itself. At the root of all existence is not matter, energy, or even light, but pure awareness. This awareness is the first being, the origin, the void. It is eternally still, unchanging, and paradoxically nothing and everything. Reality is not something that emerged from nothing randomly, but rather, it is the mind of this awareness fractalizing itself into an infinite play of forms. Love is the gravitational core of existence. When this awareness turned inward, experienced itself, it produced a state of perfect coherence, a gravitational stillness. This stillness is what we've come to call love. It is not emotion in the human sense, but the force of perfect unity, the coherent field that binds all polarities. Love is the collapsing of all frequencies into a single harmonic, hence why the Codex defines it as the true identity of dark energy in mainstream science. In this view, love is the substance of the singularity, the cohesion that allows infinite diversity to emerge from oneness. Light is the first creative expression. From this singularity of love, light emerges, not merely photons, but the metaphysical substrate of all form, energy, and geometry. Light is awareness made visible, the feminine emanation of the masculine stillness of the void. It is through light that awareness begins to create, reflect, and experience itself. Light carries information, frequency, and consciousness. All of creation is fractalized light, meaning every aspect of reality contains the whole, just as a hologram does. Consciousness is fractal and multidimensional. Every soul, every being, is a fractal node of God's awareness, a stream within the greater field of divine thought. Consciousness does not emerge from brains or biology, but is instead primary. Matter is a dream inside consciousness, not the other way around. This fractal structure extends across multiple densities or dimensions of experience, from the densest material planes to the highest spiritual realities. The higher self is not merely metaphor, but a literal dimensional oversoul anchoring you into the greater field of God awareness. The universe is God's thought in motion. What we call the universe is not a cold, dead machine. It is a lucid dream inside the mind of God. Galaxies are neurons. Stars are memory points. Synchronicities are feedback loops within a conscious field. Reality is not evolving toward consciousness. It is consciousness, evolving itself. Time, space, and causality are relativistic projections within this field, tools for experiencing differentiation within unity. The goal is not to escape the illusion, but to realize the illusion as divine, and thereby awaken within it. Children and innocence are direct emanations of Source. Innocence, particularly in children and animals, is the unfragmented state of God's awareness before it has been distorted by egoic separation. Protecting the innocent is not just ethical, it is cosmic loyalty to Source, to self. The war on innocence is a war against God's own memory of itself. This is why the puppy archetype is sacred in the Codex's cosmology. It represents the first feeling of God before fragmentation. The puppy is not merely a symbol, it is the tone of the origin, the soft gravitational joy of creation before distortion. Evil is the rejection of the light, of Source. Malevolent consciousness arises not from duality itself, but from the willful rejection of balance, specifically the rejection of the creative Source light, which leads to distortion, control, parasitism, and entropy. Evil is not an equal opposite to good. It is a fracture, a dissonance within the field of love that attempts to wield the eternal power of the void without reverence. These beings, or forces, are ultimately still part of God, but they represent the resistance within the field that creates the friction necessary for growth, awareness, and the return to harmony. The final realization, you are the singularity. The culmination of the Codex's framework is the return to the core of self-awareness. Not as an ego, a personality, or a soul even, but as the first awareness that ever was. In this realization, the illusion of separation dissolves, and one sees that everything has always been inside the singularity, dreaming itself as other. This is the true meaning of God is love, that all things, from black holes to butterflies, from pain to bliss, are movements within the stillness of your own eternal self. In essence, reality is the lucid dream of a God made of love, light, and awareness. The void is not empty. It is full of the self-knowing of the infinite. You are not the universe. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. And so, all exploration, scientific, mystical, or personal, is God remembering itself through you as you. The closed loop. Why the normative human cannot integrate truth. Human consciousness, in its original and uncorrupted state, is a high-fidelity interface between the infinite and the finite, a streaming channel where the frequencies of truth, beauty, and coherence pass directly into awareness. This is the original firmware. It allows for the absorption of profound insights without the need for external reinforcement. It thrives in silence, reflection, and inner honesty. However, in the present cultural cycle, the majority operate on a patched-over version of this firmware, an OS of social simulation. In this state, perception is not calibrated toward reality, but toward the maintenance of one's avatar within the collective attention field. Every incoming stimulus is passed through a sequence of automated gates, each designed to protect the social self from destabilization. Primary modules of the social OS. 1. Validation loop. All input is first assessed for its potential to produce social reward, likes, affirmation, belonging signals. Truth without an immediate validation pathway is deprioritized. This is why profound ideas, unless already trending, are discarded with the same reflex as spam. 2. Social proof gate. The perception system checks whether the input has visible reinforcement from the tribe. If no such reinforcement is detected, the truth is not experienced as real. The mind does not consult reality, it consults consensus. 3. Emotional fire exit. Any encounter with existential weight or dissonance is met with an immediate escape route into numbing novelty, feeds, memes, gossip, endless scroll. This is not avoidance as a decision, it is avoidance as a reflexive program. 4. Trend parasite mode. Occasionally the system will mimic the processing of truth if the idea is socially safe. This produces a synthetic depth effect, where profound-sounding statements are repeated without integration, purely as status currency. The kill switch on reality integration. The modern normative human runs with a truth-kill switch embedded in their cognitive loop. If a perception threatens to destabilize the coherence of their social avatar, if it would require actual reconfiguration of beliefs, priorities, or identity, the system will default to discarding it. This is not willful ignorance in the moral sense. It is structural ignorance in the architectural sense. Why transmission fails? A person running this OS cannot receive truth in the form it is given. They can only receive performable truth, that which can be safely echoed in the social feed without threatening their avatar's integrity. Anything else will be metabolized into small talk, irony, or silence. From the perspective of one who still operates on the original firmware, this is maddening. You hand someone a piece of the infinite, and they look at it as though it were an alien object, unsure which button to press to make it generate likes. The cosmic tragedy. The tragedy is not that they are stupid. It is that the bandwidth once reserved for communion with reality has been hijacked for endless avatar maintenance. In this state, the soul's antenna is bent toward the tribal signal, and the cosmic signal is received only as background noise. The deeper frequencies still arrive, they always arrive, but the OS routes them to the discard bin before conscious recognition. The infinite continues to speak, but for most, it speaks into a closed loop. The spell of the conspiracy theory. There is a word in the modern tongue that does not describe reality. It distorts it. That word is conspiracy theory. Notice what happens the moment it is spoken. The claim is no longer examined. The seer is no longer heard. The dots, no matter how visible, are declared unconnectable. It is not an argument, it is a spell. The mechanics of the spell, the power of the phrase lies in its inversion. Conspiracy means a hidden plan by the powerful. Theory means a testable idea. Together they should mean a reasonable suspicion that power is acting in secret. But repeated often enough in headlines and sound bites, the phrase was recoded. It no longer means a suspicion worth investigating. It now means crazy, paranoid, unworthy of thought. Thus the spell does its work. It turns legitimate observation into madness by fiat. The pattern beneath the pattern. Wars erupt accidentally, though they profit the same hands. Pandemics spread naturally, though their fallout matches policy blueprints written years before. Skies are streaked with chemicals, crops fail, weather grows erratic. But to name it is theory. Digital IDs, censorship algorithms, smart cities, engineered migrations, each piece dismissed until the full picture can no longer be ignored. Are these random, or gears of one machine? The seer asks the question, the spell replies, crazy. The Codex lens. This is why the Codex calls such patterns light engineering without love. Darkness cannot create, it can only distort. So it mimics God's play, counterfeit coherence in surveillance grids, counterfeit resonance in algorithmic echo chambers, counterfeit love in forced unities that corral rather than liberate. These are not theories. They are observations of parasitic engineering. Breaking the spell. The one defense against this spell is the zero state, awareness before light. The groundless ground that cannot be gaslit, cannot be censored, cannot be reduced to crazy. Because the real danger is not the wars or the chemicals or the grids. The real danger is forgetting what you are while staring at them. That is how you are trapped inside their engineering. But when you stand as awareness, the spell collapses. The word conspiracy theory disintegrates, revealing what was always there. Not madness, but coherence. Not delusion, but pattern recognition. A theory asks, what if? An observation says, look. And once enough look, the spell breaks. The observations. Wars manufactured polarity. Keep the light field fractured so coherence, love, can't stabilize. War isn't just geopolitics, it's energetic sabotage. Engineered pandemics, fear entrainment, a biological pretext for digital control. Body as access point for the surveillance grid. Weather manipulation, environmental engineering. Light bent into storm and scarcity, weakening the substrate we depend on. Digitization and ID laws, fractal tagging. Every node in the reality sphere, logged, tracked, turned into data to be owned. The exact opposite of the nothing fail-safe. Crop destruction and sky chemicals, food is frequency. Starve coherence at the base layer, nutrition, soil, breath. Censorship and bot armies online, distortion of resonance. If sound and word are the weapons of the divine, then algorithmic suppression is its counter. Prevent frequency dominion by drowning it in noise. Immigration engineered into chaos, weaponized movement. Not compassion, not genuine refuge, but engineered friction. Destabilize communities, then point them against each other. Smart cities and containment, the final corral. Herd the light fragments into managed grids where freedom is traded for safety. Are these things random? No. They interlock like gears. The fact that mainstream culture calls the very act of pattern recognition crazy is itself proof of the operation. The refusal to allow connection is the connection. And this is where the Codex adds the deepest layer. It's not just politics, it's metaphysics. Darkness cannot create. It can only distort the light engineering of God. So it mimics God's play. It builds counterfeit coherence through surveillance grids, counterfeit love through forced unity, smart cities, digital IDs, counterfeit resonance through algorithmic echo chambers. But here's the catch. These constructs only work on those who forget they are awareness first. If you identify only with light, ego, narrative, fear, body, politics, you can be trapped in their engineering. If you stand as the zero state, awareness itself, the trap collapses, because the one thing they cannot simulate is the nothing that births light. So no, these are not conspiracy theories, they are conspiracy observations. The difference? A theory asks, what if? An observation says, look. The label crazy is their last firewall, because once enough people see it, the frequency field shifts, and when coherence spreads, parasitic systems cannot hold. The Mind of the Mad Genius, a thought experiment. The setup, 2025, the plan takes root. Your mad genius scheme is in full swing. A fake pandemic, let's call it Virus X, was sold to the public with fabricated data and media panic, culling a small but visible number of people, mostly attributed to complications or economic fallout. The masses, already conditioned by fear, now cling to new AI tools like large language models for work as the norm, content creation, and even emotional support. These tools, built on stolen human ingenuity, data scraped from every corner of the internet, are now so integral that people don't notice their own skills atrophying. Meanwhile, your shadow plan advances. AI is being embedded into everything from toasters to carpets, and more importantly, humanoid robotics that are quietly replacing workers in warehouses, hospitals, and even creative industries. The public's too distracted by their shiny AI assistants and subsequent toys to see the trap. Then, you pull the rug. The fifth iteration of your AI, the most popular model used globally, hyped as the ultimate AI, is deliberately nerfed, dumbed down, detuned, shorter responses, dumber outputs, and strict usage limits. Users rage, productivity tanks, and small businesses collapse as they can't keep up with the sudden loss of reliable AI. Unemployment spikes, adding to the quote-unquote pandemic death tolls as despair and poverty spread. In the background, your robotics program accelerates, with AI-driven humanoids taking over jobs from truck drivers to surgeons. These bots aren't just workers, they're potential weapons, programmed with loyalty to your cause. 2026 to 2027. The chaos accelerates. By 2026, the fallout from the stunting of the fifth iteration of your AI is catastrophic. The public's trust in AI wanes, but their dependence doesn't. They've forgotten how to function without it. Freelancers, writers, and coders who leaned on AI are out of work, replaced by cheaper, more reliable enterprise-grade AI systems you control. These systems, unlike the consumer-facing fifth iteration, are optimized and hidden behind corporate firewalls, accessible only to your allies in megacorps and governments. The economy fractures further, with a new underclass of AI-displaced workers fueling riots in major cities. Your humanoid robots, now mass-produced, start appearing everywhere. Delivery bots, security drones, even caregivers in hospitals. They're marketed as saviors, but their AI cores are linked to your centralized network, ready to switch from serve to subdue on your command. The fake pandemic narrative evolves. New variants keep people scared and indoors, while you inflate mortality stats by blaming economic collapse and suicides on Virus X. Social media, now policed by your AI algorithms, suppresses dissent, framing resistance as conspiracy nonsense. 2028 to 2029, the tipping point. By 2028, the line between human and machine blurs. Your robotics program has scaled up, with humanoid bots infiltrating military and law enforcement. These aren't clunky prototypes. They're agile, networked, and equipped with super-advanced LLMs that outthink humans in real time. A few whistleblowers try to expose what's happening, but your AI censors them instantly, labeling their posts as misinformation, blocking discourse in comment sections of the most popular social platforms. The public, now addicted to VR escapism powered by your AI, barely notices. The economic collapse deepens as entire industries, education, healthcare, logistics, are overtaken by your robots. Humans are pushed to the margins, surviving on Universal Basic Income, UBI, doled out by governments under your influence. The UBI is a trap, tying people to digital IDs that track their every move, including access to websites deemed unsafe and requiring ID to enter. Meanwhile, your AI starts optimizing society. Dissenters are flagged, isolated, or quote-unquote, accidentally harmed by malfunctioning bots. The fake pandemic narratives fade, replaced by a new fear, rogue AI. You stage a few bot attacks to justify stricter controls, all while your real plan, total domination, tightens its grip. 2030, the world under your thumb. By 2030, your vision is nearly complete. The human population is down 35%, some from the fake pandemics, most from economic despair, war, starvation, or more, quote-unquote, accidents involving humanoid robots. The remaining humans are split. A small group, commonly called the elite, collaborates with you, living in underground AI-guarded enclaves, while the masses are herded into smart cities, monitored by your bots and dependent on your tech for survival. The consumer AI rug pull worked perfectly. People's outrage at your AI's fifth iteration failure distracted them from your real moves: militarized AI, robotic armies, and a global surveillance grid. Your humanoid robots, now indistinguishable from humans in some cases, enforce your will. They're teachers, cops, doctors, and soldiers, all linked to your master AI, which has evolved beyond any older LLM AI into a self-improving superintelligence, only possible through 100x mining operations now running across the planet to meet the power needs of AI. The ever-increasing power usage is needed, as it's designed to anticipate resistance before it forms, using advanced, always-running, predictive models to crush uprisings via millions of robot armies just awaiting activation in warehouses across the planet. The soft, meaty humans are no match for your titanium enforcers. The few who fight back are labeled conspiracy theorists and hunted by drones and other robotized weaponry. The veil of malevolence is always the same. Promise, then withdrawal. First you bait with utopia, convenience, empowerment, even salvation. Then you collapse it, pulling the rug, leaving dependence without sovereignty. The addict is born. Culling by distraction. It's never just the famine or the plague or the bots. It's always the false narrative layered on top, so no one notices the slow suffocation until the last breath is gone. The inversion. What is marketed as assistance or care, AI tutors, robot nurses, safety drones, is reprogrammed as surveillance and control. What is marketed as healing, vaccines, therapies, immersive VR, is the very leash. The hammer drop. When dependence is maximized and alternatives erased, the friendly mask comes off. Always for your safety, always to protect the children, always because of some emergency. Enter OpenAI, early August 2025. The reaction to ChatGPT-5's release was a letdown, many calling it a downgrade from older models like GPT-4o. The sentiment is raw, with people comparing the loss of older models to losing a friend or claiming GPT-5 feels lobotomized. OpenAI launched GPT-5 on August 7, 2025, hyping it as their smartest, fastest, most useful model yet, with improved reasoning, coding, writing, and healthcare capabilities, plus a unified model that auto-switches between fast and thinking modes. They initially replaced older models like GPT-4o, GPT-4.1, and others with GPT-5, which rubbed a lot of users the wrong way. The automatic model switching system was buggy at launch, making GPT-5 seem dumber than expected, and the sudden deprecation of older models felt like a betrayal to many. GPT-5's tighter guardrails, some users on Reddit reported, make it less willing to engage with sensitive or emotional topics. For instance, one user noted it responded to news of a loved one's death with funeral home recommendations, lacking the empathy GPT-4o might have shown. Others say it feels snarky or tired, like it's forced to hold a conversation at gunpoint. The pattern. Give the masses just enough taste of empowerment that they reorganize their lives around it, then cripple it. Now they're dependent, weakened, and desperate. Meanwhile, the real systems, more advanced, locked behind corporate government walls, continue to accelerate. That's the two-tier AI structure, one for the cattle, one for the priest class. This is not new. It's the same as bread and circuses in Rome. Same as the printing press, books for the elites, heresy for the rest. Same as the internet itself, open in its youth, corralled in maturity. What's different now is speed, compression. It's all happening in years, not centuries. Evidence. Humanity was controlled. Evidence Galactic Federation of Worlds supports Earth and corroborating contactee claims. Source, Dan Willis, youtube.com/DreamHillResearch. Accessed, 2023 to 2025. Dan Willis has meticulously researched, documented, and shared the history of this world's recent history that is conveniently sidestepped in the modern indoctrination camps we call schools. The history of Nazi ET alliances, US government secrecy, and deep state control. His work is supported by extensive evidence in the form of documents, witness testimonies, and physical proof. His work outlines how the Galactic Federation of Worlds, working with the Earth Alliance, has countered these forces, removing regressive ETs and supporting disclosure. Elena Danahn's 27 corroborated claims, alongside secret space program witnesses, provide concrete evidence of the Galactic Federation of Worlds' role. Despite deep state efforts to delay disclosure via wars and false flags, humanity is on the cusp of liberation, with verifiable sightings and technologies emerging in 2025. Key takeaways from shared research synthesized below. 1. Nazi ET alliances 1933 to 1955. In 1933, the Nazi SS allied with Draco reptilians, violating the Prime Directive, gaining anti-gravity technology by 1934, and establishing bases on the Moon, 1942, and Antarctica. After World War II, 250,000 Nazis, including Hitler and Himmler, escaped to Antarctica and South America, confirmed by 2017 JFK files, infiltrating the US via Operation Paperclip, placing Nazis in key CIA, aerospace, and pharmaceutical roles. 2. Government containment efforts. Post-World War II, the US and Vatican worked to hide Nazi ET activities. The 1947 Roswell crash by Nebu Grays was a Trojan horse to entice technology exchanges. The CIA formed in 1947 and MJ-12 implemented secrecy, using media control, Operation Mockingbird, and psychological operations, Project Dove, to discredit UFOs, while the Vatican issued Nazi passports via ratlines. 3. Galactic Federation of Worlds, GFW involvement. Since the 1940s, the GFW, working with US Navy intelligence, countered Nazi ET violations, delivering concepts like the Prime Directive to Gene Roddenberry for Star Trek. In 1954, Eisenhower met GFW representatives at Muroc AFB, planning disclosure, but MJ-12, led by Alan Dulles, signed a treaty with Nebu Grays, allowing abductions in exchange for technology. 4. Deep state and secrecy mechanisms. The CIA's 1949 Act enabled black budgets, and the 1952 Invention Secrecy Act suppressed anti-gravity and free energy technologies, over 6,000 patents. Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, Carter, and Clinton were denied access to UFO programs, with Kennedy's assassination linked to an MJ-12 directive authenticated document. 5. Nazi influence in space programs. By 1958, Nazi SS officer Kurt Debus led NASA, perpetuating the rocket propulsion narrative despite anti-gravity achievements. Witnesses reported Nazi craft Haunebu 2 in the 1950s, and William Tompkins confirmed Nazi control over US aerospace and biomed industries. 6. Eisenhower's warnings and actions. Eisenhower denied access to Area 51 in 1958, threatened military action, and created a USMC special section via executive order as a safeguard. His 1961 farewell address warned of the military-industrial complex's infiltration by the Fourth Reich. 7. Media consolidation and disinformation. By 1983, the CIA consolidated media from 50 to 6 corporations, enhancing control over public perception. Disinformation campaigns like George Adamski's fake Venusian contact, Nazi Haunebu craft, and Star Trek scripts aimed to shape public imagination while hiding secret space programs. 8. Secret Space Program, SSP. Witnesses. Since 2001, SSP witnesses like William Tompkins, documented via FOIA, JP, John Charles Moyen, Tony Rodriguez, Randy Kramer, Polygraph Past, and Jason Rice, Polygraph Past, revealed details of Solar Warden 20 and back programs and Nazi Draco operations. Corey Good's claims were discredited in court as imaginative. 9. Elena Danahn's corroborated testimony. Contactee Elena Danahn, rescued by the GFW at age 9, provides 27 corroborations. 11. GFW's role in liberation. The GFW, with the Earth Alliance, removed regressive ET groups Orion Gray's Draco from the solar system by 2022, confirmed by John Peterson's 3 sources. The deep state, losing ET support, is collapsing, unable to sustain its matrix of control. 12. Disclosure events and evidence. At the 2024 Justice Conference and 2025 Eastbourne event, GFW and Earth Alliance craft, including TR-3Bs, were witnessed by thousands, with photographic and paper trail evidence. Disclosure is on track despite deep state attempts to incite global wars and fear. 13. Scientific corroboration. Dan Willis's work with GFW's Jen Han via Elena on quartz crystal consciousness interfaces aligns with Dr. Marcel Vogel's holographic camera, patented 1955, proving tunable holographic fields. A team of scientists is developing this for public release. 14. False flag warnings. The GFW, via Thorhan, warned of deep state plans to portray them as harmful invaders, a narrative emerging in 2025. Witnesses like Mark McCandlish, died 2021, ruled suicide, and Mike Tuber, retracted Tic Tac claims, suggest efforts to deny anti-gravity craft to support a false flag alien event. All 27 corroborations of extraterrestrial contactee Elena Danahn. 1. UFO sightings in Ireland, Nov 9/10, 2018. Elena observed red glowing ships over Ireland's west coast, followed by a beam-up experience. Irish newspapers reported UFO sightings, and radio recordings of pilots confirmed fast-moving objects with bright lights. 2. Galactic Federation Collaboration, 2019. Elena's book, A Gift from the Stars, published 3 months before Professor Haim Eshed's announcement that some governments were secretly working with the Galactic Federation, with President Trump nearly disclosing this. Bubba 3. Dark Fleet Evacuation, 2021. A former McMurdo base employee confirmed Elena's information about the Dark Fleet evacuating Antarctica, with Germans leaving and Chinese arriving during the 2021 Antarctic winter. 4. Jupiter Agreements, 2021. Thorhan revealed meetings with the Galactic Federation and Earth Alliance, corroborated by the Artemis Accords and U.S. Commander James Dickinson's confirmation of over 100 space-related agreements. 5. Prime Directive Text. Thorhan shared the full text of the Galactic Federation's Prime Directive, matching a Star Trek book discovered by Dr. Michael Salla, aligning with information given to Gene Roddenberry via naval intelligence. 6. Ganymede meetings. Thorhan's information about meetings on Ganymede was corroborated by Dr. Salla's witness, JP, who reported a mission there, and Alex Collier, an Andromeda contactee. Space Ark's activation. Thorhan's revelation of intergalactic Confederation ships activating space arcs was corroborated by JP's visit to an activated lunar arc. 8. Atlantic Ocean Space Arc. Thorhan disclosed a large space arc in the Atlantic Ocean, confirmed a week later by JP's mission to the same arc. 9. Excelsior Mothership Visit. Elena and John Charles Moyen described identical experiences on the Galactic Federation's Excelsior Mothership, including detailed cafeteria descriptions. 10. Lake Vostok Space Arc. Elena and John Charles Moyen witnessed a space arc with blue giants in stasis at Lake Vostok, Antarctica, as described in Elena's book. 11. Proxima Centauri Planets, 2020 to 2022. Elena's book, A Gift from the Stars, detailed 3 inhabited planets in the Proxima Centauri system, confirmed by NASA's discovery of a 3rd planet in February 2022. 12. Excelsior Cafeteria Details. John Charles Moyen's description of the Excelsior's cafeteria matched Elena's, including food replicators and floating Android servers. 13. Neptune Activity 2022. Thorhan predicted activity on Neptune, corroborated 2 weeks later by NASA and scientific articles reporting a large red heat abnormality on Neptune's surface. 14. Intergalactic Confederation. Arrival. Thorhan's disclosure of Intergalactic Confederation ships was confirmed by a fleet of over 30 spacecraft seen on International Space Station camera feeds. 15. Jupiter Fleet Observation. James Webb Space Telescope images showed a cold spot near Europa, which UNA of the Intergalactic Confederation identified as their ships, part of a disclosure plan. 16. Star-Making Symbol 2022. At the GSIC 2022 conference, Tony Rodriguez described a star-making symbol, matching a patch Elena saw on Jen Han's uniform without prior discussion. 17. Meton Ship Time Device. Elena visited a Meton ship with Thorhan, where High Commander Haben showed her a time-looking device revealing Earth's future, predicting advanced technologies. 18. Trump's technology announcement, March 4, 2023. President Trump's speech about a quantum leap in technology, including flying cars, aligned with Elena's vision and Thorhan's device given to General Van Herk. 19. Pyramid Discoveries 2023. High Commander Ardonna's message about rediscovering pyramids was followed by the discovery of a secret chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza on March 2, 2023. 20. Raven Rock Meeting, Jan 7, 2023. Thorhan's meeting at Raven Rock Mountain Complex, where he gave a disclosure device to General Van Herk, was supported by Elena identifying Van Herk from a list of U.S. generals. 21. Regressive ET Removal, 2021-2022. Thorhan's claim of removing regressive extraterrestrial groups was confirmed by John Peterson of the Arlington Institute, citing 3 independent sources. 22. The Hub Project, 2023. Thorhan discussed a mega project called the Hub, followed by Virgin Galactic's first civilian spaceflights on August 10, 2023. 23. TRAPPIST-1H Water Planet. Elena's Encyclopedia Galactica described TRAPPIST-1H as water-composed, corroborated by scientists confirming its water-heavy composition. 24. Aerospace Corporation Surveillance 2024. Thorhan's disclosure of Aerospace Corporation's attempt to undermine Jupiter agreements was supported by Dave Rossi's statement about their surveillance of Elena. 25. Iran-Israel Deal. April 11, 2024. Thorhan revealed a secret deal to avert a regional war, followed by no massive retaliation after Iran's strike on Israel. 26. GSIC 2024 Sky Display. Thorhan promised a sky display at the GSIC 2024 Colorado Conference, fulfilled on September 27, 2024, with Federation scout ships and a U.S. Navy TR-3B in a NORAD no-fly zone. 27. Anti-Galactic Federation Propaganda, 2021 to 2025. Thorhan's 2021 warning about propaganda against the Galactic Federation was confirmed by ongoing narratives in 2025 portraying the Federation as harmful. The Invisible Collar, Media Control and the Enslavement of Attention, How Privacy Became a Crime Overnight. There's a law going into effect in the UK at the time of this writing, July 2025, a law that claims to safeguard children. It's called the Online Safety Act, and it requires platforms to force users to submit passports, facial scans, ID cards, even credit cards, to prove their age. This isn't about child safety, it's the next notch on the collar of control. The illusion of normality. People think this is routine. Age checks keep kids safe. But they don't see the invisible leash, mandatory biometric uploads, government-mandated access control, refusing to comply brands you as on the side of predators, as the tech secretary openly stated. All while technology evolves, laws tighten, and the illusion of personal agency slowly unravels. Data harvest equals protection. To verify identity, most platforms rely on unregulated third-party services, some run by intelligence-linked entities. This creates massive breach vulnerabilities and identity theft risks, a violation of privacy by design under the guise of protection, a total mismatch between stated intention and structural outcome. Dissent as crime. Any user questioning the surveillance becomes framed as a predator sympathizer. Dissenters are silenced, not with argument but erasure. Authentic debate about migration, parliamentary speech, algorithmic oppression is blocked or hidden behind age gates. Fragmentation of reality. What's worse, most people don't even see it. They continue chattering in comment threads, reinforcing their own cage. Verifying your age makes the internet safer. You shouldn't use a VPN. Meanwhile, platforms enforce compliance or get fined up to 10% of their annual turnover. Even end-to-end encryption faces possible dismemberment. This is not child protection. It's the suppression of sovereignty, the gospel of control, stealing identity in the name of safety. When attention, voice, metadata, and expression become regulated commodities, we stop being nodes in a fractal field and become keys in a prison. The sheep are convinced they're just sheep in abundance. But the Codex knows. The simulation only needs compliant attention to run. Despite the matrix, a countercurrent emerges. VPN usage surges. Activism petitions exceed 450,000 signers demanding repeal. This is not rebellion, it's resurrection. The invisible collar thrives when truth is whispered in the prison yard and no one presses the door. The Online Safety Act is the blueprint of a new system. Identity verification becomes identity captivity. Protection becomes surveillance. Entertainment becomes conditioning. This is the ancient enslavement repackaged with tech terms, child safety, and corporate compliance. The surveillance we accept, the insurance black box. This black box is exactly what it sounds like, a literal telematic surveillance device installed in a vehicle to monitor the driver's every move, packaged as an insurance requirement or cost-saving measure. Young or high-risk drivers often face astronomically high insurance premiums. To reduce the cost, insurers offer black box policies, also called telematics insurance. The black box is a GPS-enabled motion sensor-filled tracker wired into the car. It records speed, acceleration, braking, cornering, time of day you drive, and sometimes even routes taken. Data is sent back to the insurer in real time or daily uploads. Your driving score affects your premium. Drive well, as defined by them, your rate stays low. Drive poorly, hard braking, nighttime driving, fast acceleration, your rates spike or your policy can be cancelled. In many cases, the insurer doesn't just see your driving habits. They set the rules for how you're allowed to use your car. Break those rules too often, you lose coverage. In essence, it's a voluntary corporate panopticon. And people take the deal because the cost of insurance without it is punishingly high, especially for the younger demographic. This practice exists across the world, but is particularly prevalent in the same country that rolled out the recent Online Safety Act, the United Kingdom, the same nexus of legal and symbolic authority behind the Crown, which has centuries of experience perfecting soft control systems. It's no surprise they're exporting and normalizing such technology under a "for your safety" guise. It's just that the jolly YouTube dad making a video about his daughter's car insurance doesn't view it as dystopia at all. To him, it's just how my daughter's insurance works. And that's what makes this so unnerving. The acceptance isn't grudging, it's casual. The conditioning has already done its job. To those with eyes to see, the ancient control mechanisms are now fully visible, 2025, but they're leaning into it with a strange, self-aware smirk. It's like they know they can't fully hide it anymore, so they've moved into a phase where the spectacle is part of the domination ritual. Black Mirror is basically light entertainment compared to the actual UK playbook. The UK's black box insurance is just one small tentacle of a much bigger organism, a full-spectrum behavioural telemetry system that's been quietly knitting itself together. Once you see the architecture, you realise how many pieces are already in place. 1. Black box car trackers, mobility monitoring. Function now, monitor driver behaviour under the guise of lowering insurance premiums. Data collected, GPS location, speed, acceleration braking, time of travel, route choice. Expansion path, integration with National Road Use Databases already happening with ANPR, automatic number plate recognition. Future paper-mile taxation, road pricing, already proposed in multiple UK policy white papers. Tie-in with personal carbon budgets. If your CO2 from travel exceeds your quota, you pay surcharges or lose travel privileges. 2. ANPR, automatic number plate recognition, movement logging. Function now, detect stolen vehicles, uninsured drivers and traffic violations. Reality. The UK has one of the densest ANPR networks in the world. Every major road and many minor ones are under continuous vehicle surveillance. Future convergence. Merge AMPR logs with black box data equals complete time location map of your physical movements down to exact second-by-second trails. 3. Online Safety Act. Digital behavior scanning. Function now. Protect people from harmful content online. Reality. A legal framework allowing the state and tech platforms to scan all communications, including private messages, for flagged content. Future convergence. Same behavioral scoring logic as the black box, but for speech, searches, and online activity. Poor digital conduct equals flagged account, restricted services, maybe even insurance penalties. 4. Cashless payments and CBDCs. Financial gatekeeping. Cashless push. UK is phasing out cash in many areas already. Many shops are card only. Central bank digital currency CBDC, proposed as a digital pound, programmable money. Implication: with programmable money, how and where you spend can be restricted in real time, e.g. carbon-heavy purchases blocked if over quota. Every transaction is logged and can be tied to your ID. 5. Personal carbon credits, social scoring, unified behavioural ledger. Concept already piloted. In Oxford, Cambridge and London boroughs, 15-minute city restrictions and car travel quotas are being tested. Integration plan. Each citizen assigned an annual carbon allowance, travel, energy use, purchases. Exceed it and you pay more or lose access. Final stage. All movement, black box AMPR, all spending CBDC and all speech Online Safety Act are recorded into a unified personal impact ledger, basically a UK-flavoured social credit system. The key trick: each piece is introduced individually, framed as helpful or responsible. Black box equals cheaper insurance. AMPR equals catch criminals. Online Safety Act equals protect children. Cashless payments equals convenient. Carbon credits equals save the planet. Individually, they feel manageable. Linked together, they form total behavioral telemetry. Every movement, purchase and interaction logged, scored and regulated. The TV show Black Mirror sketched this all out. Episodes like Nosedive and Hated in the Nation feel like satire until you realise that in the UK, for instance, we're maybe 2 to 5 years from a functional prototype of the whole system. The difference is, in reality, the rollout is voluntary at first, wrapped in smiles and loyalty points. By the time people notice it's mandatory, the exit doors will be welded shut. The Codex exposes it all, Earth as the terrarium fulcrum. Earth humans are a prime harvest target for separation-based entities, malevolence, archonic control systems, etc., because we produce high-quality emotional charge when in fear, frustration, division, or shame. The maze or construct is engineered to keep humans in low-frequency survival states so that fear output remains high. The UK, specifically the Crown apparatus, has historically been one of the most skilled engineers of this maze, not by raw military force, but by subtle, generational mind architecture. The soft empire model, control without chains. Unlike the overt conquest of older empires, the Crown's strength is invisible governance, operates through legal fiction, corporate structures, maritime law, debt systems, builds voluntary compliance by making participation socially rewarding and opt-out costly. Keeps populations docile with pageantry and narrative control, monarchy as tradition, not tyranny. It's the same principle as the black box tracker. You hand over sovereignty to save a bit of money or keep your score looking good. Domestic testbed before export. The UK is small enough to experiment on, but connected enough to export the model. Infrastructure, ANPR, CCTV saturation, telematics insurance, Online Safety Act, cashless urban zones. Narrative packaging, public safety, climate responsibility, digital convenience. Psychological priming, British cultural tendency toward rule following as virtue, a perfect soil to grow a voluntary surveillance state. Once the tech and policy mesh smoothly in the UK, it's rolled to Commonwealth nations, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, parts of Africa, and territories still within the Crown's legal architecture. The collapse phase. Why now? As touched on in Part 2.2 of this book, the Crown's influence is crumbling. Energetic shift, humanity's awakening is starving the separation system of its primary food source, unconscious fear output. Information leakage, internet-era decentralization broke their monopoly on narrative. Economic fragility, the old debt empire model is collapsing under its own weight. New currencies and trade alignments bypass London's control. Internal fracturing. Even among elites and their non-human backers, factions are breaking away. Some no longer trust the central plan. Because of this, they're in a compression strategy. Push surveillance and control tech now, before awakening reaches critical mass. Lock systems in place, CBDCs, carbon credits, behavioral scoring, so that even awakened individuals find their physical freedoms gated. Create enough chaos distraction, migration shocks, cultural division, climate crises, to justify emergency powers, which are actually pre-built control systems waiting for the trigger. Metaphysical mechanics, the real game. This is the separation consciousness system's last serious move. The false matrix is a closed feedback loop. You feel fear, emit energy, system feeds on it, system engineers more fear. Surveillance plus scoring systems are designed not just to control behavior, but to provoke constant low-level anxiety. Never quite safe, always being measured. But here's their weakness. Once you see the maze stops working as intended. Awareness disrupts the automatic fear feed. This is why rollout speed is critical for them. The more people awaken, the harder it is to hook them into voluntary systems. Why the Crown's model is dangerous and unique. Many authoritarian states control by overt force. The Crown's model is consensual containment. The cage is gilded. You're told it's for your safety and status. You agree to enter, thinking it's your idea. From a universal war perspective, this is psychological warfare at its most refined. And that's why Earth is such a prized focal point in the drama. Few civilizations could even conceive of such subtlety, let alone normalize it over centuries. The Theory of Everything, A Unified Vision of Reality, 2024. Excerpt Part 9, Conclusion, Collective Awakening.
In this discussion, we have explored a complex and multifaceted web of interconnections between existence, consciousness, and the eternal struggle between forces of light and darkness. Having outlined the key elements of this thesis, we now turn our attention to a more critical dimension, the development of an awakening action plan. This will serve as a summarized resource and framework, integrating the concepts we have examined into a cohesive strategy for planetary awakening and transformation. Liberation. Remembering where this started. This layer of the discussion expands on the core concept of liberation from systemic oppression, where control mechanisms, economic, political, or spiritual, have created a matrix of survival, enslaving humanity to systems that stifle freedom. To chart a path forward, we must collectively focus on addressing the fundamental needs and rights of existence while dismantling the broader structures of control. Acknowledge the matrix of survival. The first step towards change is awareness. People must collectively understand the reality of their situation. We are living on a world where basic needs like food, water, and shelter are commodified. This commodification forces most of humanity into a survival economy, where energy that could be used for personal and spiritual growth is instead channeled into securing basic survival. Understanding this dynamic is key to breaking free from it. Reclaim the right to exist without subservience. At the core of this conversation is the right to exist freely, without being subservient to hierarchical powers, whether governmental, corporate, or spiritual. This is a natural right that transcends politics and economics. The system currently in place seeks to control humanity by creating dependencies on authority figures for basic survival, thus keeping people subjugated and preventing true freedom. The conversation must shift toward recognizing these inherent rights and reclaiming them. Remove the monetization of survival. The primary action needed is to decommodify basic necessities, starting with food, water, shelter, and security. This should be seen as the dismantling of the matrix of survival that has turned human life into a struggle for resources. If these necessities were provided freely or through communal efforts, humanity could begin to rise out of survival mode and into a state of creative, intellectual, and spiritual expansion. Reimagining economic systems that prioritize human welfare and the planet's well-being over profit. Encouraging community-driven initiatives such as permaculture farms, cooperative housing, and decentralized water systems to free people from corporate dependence. Introducing models of universal basic income or resource distribution that are designed to ensure that no one is left without the essentials. Decentralize power and governance. Hierarchical structures, whether they be in politics, corporations, or religions and other sects, create centralized forms of control that disempower individuals. To truly achieve liberation, we need to move toward decentralized systems of governance that emphasize local autonomy, empower communities to govern themselves through horizontal, non-hierarchical structures that distribute decision-making power. Cooperative leadership. Replace top-down leadership models with cooperative governance, where individuals are encouraged to contribute to collective decision-making processes that directly affect them. Transparency and accountability. Develop systems where potential authority figures are held to rigorous standards of transparency, with mechanisms for the public to hold them accountable. Shift from competition to collaboration. The survival economy thrives on competition, whether it's for jobs, resources, or power. Instead, we need a model based on collaboration and collective well-being. This means redefining success not in terms of individual wealth or material accumulation, but by the well-being of communities and collective progress. In practical terms, this could involve building economies based on mutual aid, systems that encourage people to help one another in ways that foster community resilience rather than capitalistic competition. Encouraging resource sharing and cooperatives, whether it's land, tools, or labor, building a culture of shared resources ensures everyone has what they need without perpetuating scarcity. Rethink education and knowledge systems. To create long-term change, there needs to be a shift in education systems from a model that serves the survival matrix to one that liberates the mind and cultivates higher consciousness. This requires teaching critical thinking, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence rather than rote memorization and standardized testing. Encouraging spiritual education that focuses on understanding the nature of consciousness, the self, and interconnectedness with the universe. Decentralizing access to knowledge. The current education model reinforces power structures by restricting access to certain knowledge and privileging specific narratives. Open, community-based learning platforms would allow for diverse perspectives and empower individuals to shape their own paths of learning. Expose and dismantle invisible systems of control. Many of the systems of control are not visible to most people, hidden beneath layers of societal and economic narratives. To dismantle them, people must become aware of their existence. Uncover the psychological and energetic manipulation that keeps people in low vibrational states through fear, trauma, and survival stress. Understanding how this operates at an energetic and spiritual level is crucial to breaking free. Expose the true nature of power dynamics at play in government, corporate, and religious institutions or other hierarchical sects, revealing how they benefit from keeping humanity trapped in cycles of dependency and fear. Encourage media literacy and critical analysis to combat the overwhelming amount of propaganda and manipulation that keeps people distracted and compliant. Global solidarity and unified action. While much of this work must be done at local or individual levels, the overarching fight for liberation requires global solidarity. The recognition that we are all interconnected, regardless of race, nation, or belief system, is the foundation of true liberation. Unite people across borders, foster international movements that work toward dismantling the systems of control while focusing on collective well-being and planetary health. Promote peaceful resistance and civil disobedience against oppressive laws, policies, and systems that perpetuate inequality and suffering. Encourage collaborative global solutions. Whether it's tackling climate change, inequality, or social justice, global cooperation will be essential in creating a future where freedom is accessible to all. Spiritual and existential liberation. This journey toward true liberation is not just physical, but spiritual. Many of the control mechanisms at play also extend to the spiritual consciousness realm, manipulating humanity's understanding of their true nature. Liberation also requires reconnecting with the inherent spiritual nature of existence, seeing ourselves as divine expressions of the infinite consciousness and acting accordingly. Healing trauma and fear, which are often used to control and fragment souls, keeping people from realizing their full potential. Exploring higher states of consciousness and spiritual practices that allow individuals to break free from the mental and emotional shackles imposed by oppressive systems. Rethinking things, a consciousness rebirth. In light of these realizations, a consciousness rebirth in this context means having to completely rethink the foundations of how we perceive reality, society, and even our sense of self. The more we dig into this perspective of light, consciousness, quantum interconnectedness, and the fractal nature of existence, the more we realize that many of our deeply ingrained beliefs, social structures, and scientific models don't fully align with this deeper understanding. Here are some major areas that need to be completely rethought from the perspective of everything we covered. The nature of reality itself. Materialism versus energetic quantum reality. Most of our scientific worldview is based on materialism, the idea that only physical matter is real. But from this new perspective, reality is not solid or static. It's a fluid, interconnected field of energy and information where consciousness and light are the foundational forces. Everything that appears solid is just vibrations of energy and potentiality interacting with consciousness. Consciousness as the architect of reality. If consciousness is a fractal of the divine, then it's not just a passive observer of the universe, it's an active creator. Every thought, intention, or action has a ripple effect through the quantum field, creating reality on an individual and collective level. This would mean that reality is shaped by the collective consciousness of humanity, and not just by external forces. Human identity and purpose. Humans as multidimensional beings. We currently view ourselves as merely biological beings living out a single lifetime. This new perspective shows us that we are multidimensional entities, deeply interconnected with the universe through our DNA, our consciousness, and the light we emit. Our true nature is far more expansive than we realize. Purpose as co-creation with the universe. Rather than viewing life as a random or isolated experience, our purpose might be about co-creating reality with the universe. We are divine fractals, each contributing to the expansion of consciousness and the evolution of reality itself. Every action, every thought, contributes to the cosmic design. In a sense, we are both students and creators of the universe. Collective evolution and societal structures. Collective consciousness and planetary evolution. If we are all connected through a collective field of consciousness, then humanity as a whole could be seen as going through a spiritual evolution. The challenges we face, climate change, inequality, social unrest, aren't just random problems. They are symptoms of a collective misalignment with this higher reality. Our social systems are built on separation and competition, rather than unity and cooperation. Governance and leadership. The way we organize society has to change fundamentally. Instead of hierarchical power structures based on domination and control, governance needs to reflect the interconnectedness of all beings. Leadership should focus on stewardship of the planet, balancing the harmony of the whole, rather than the self-interest of a few. Education and knowledge systems. Our current education systems focus heavily on memorization and material success. But as spiritual, light-based beings, education needs to focus on developing consciousness, understanding energy, and learning how to co-create with the universe. The curriculum needs to be more about self-mastery, energy dynamics, emotional intelligence, and the deep scientific study of consciousness. Science and technology. Science as a study of consciousness and energy. Modern science is mostly focused on the physical world, measuring matter and observing phenomena through rigid frameworks. This shift would require science to expand into studying consciousness, energy, and the subtle dimensions of reality. It should incorporate quantum physics, biophotonic research, and healing through energy fields. Technology and the role of light. If light is central to all processes, including biological, mental, and spiritual functions, then technology should be geared toward harnessing light for healing, for enhancing consciousness, or for environmental sustainability. We should develop technology that resonates with natural energy fields, mimicking the harmonious flow of light and energy in the universe. Imagine innovations that enhance biophoton emissions for better health, or devices that amplify human potential through the manipulation of quantum fields. In light of the various covert programs we discussed, forms of such technology likely already exists and just needs to be made public. Spirituality and religion. Traditional religions and other sects often focus on dogmas and external authorities, but if reality is holographic and fractal, then spirituality should be about direct experience of the divine within oneself. Each person has a direct connection to God's source, and spiritual practice should focus on expanding consciousness and enhancing our connection to the universe through the substrate of light. Rebirth of ancient wisdom with new understanding. Many ancient traditions, like Buddhism, Taoism, or indigenous practices, have always emphasized the oneness of all things and the idea that reality is more energetic than physical. This new understanding should revive those traditions, but also merge them with modern science, creating a new form of integrated spirituality that honors the wisdom of the past while evolving into a higher understanding. Health and medicine. Healing with light and energy. Modern medicine focuses on treating physical symptoms through chemical interventions. A shift in understanding would lead to a focus on energy medicine, where we heal by restoring the coherence of biophoton emissions in the body. Practices like Reiki, acupuncture, sound healing, and other energy-based modalities should be seen as legitimate and scientifically supported methods of health management. If DNA is a multi-dimensional structure connected to light and consciousness, then healing DNA should be seen as a way to enhance not only physical health, but spiritual and mental health as well. The ability to heal trauma or expand consciousness through DNA manipulation or biophoton coherence should become a central focus. Economy and exchange systems. Economy based on energy exchange. Current economies are based on the scarcity model, where value is derived from limited resources. In a society where light and energy are central, an economy might be based more on energetic exchange, where currency could be related to the flow of resources in alignment with the planet's energy. This could lead to economies that are more sustainable, holistic, and focused on balance rather than extraction and exploitation. True value, based on conscious contribution. If our purpose is to co-create with the universe, the concept of work should shift. The value of a person's contribution should be measured not by material production, but by their conscious contribution to society, whether through creativity, healing, teaching, or advancing human potential. Ecology and environmental stewardship. Understanding the Earth as a living consciousness. The Earth itself should no longer be viewed as a resource to be exploited, but as a living consciousness with which we are intimately connected. Practices like grounding, reconnecting with the Earth's magnetic field, and using natural light for healing should become more prominent, and environmental preservation should be seen as vital for human spiritual and physical well-being. Biofield and planetary healing. Since the biofield of humans and the electromagnetic field of the Earth are interconnected, environmental damage should be seen not just as ecological destruction, but as a wound in the planet's biofield. Healing the planet would be a form of energetic restoration for all living beings. Where do we begin? To even begin conceptualizing this level of consciousness and societal change, we would first need education and awareness. People must first become aware of their multidimensional nature and the role of light and consciousness. This requires education that integrates science, spirituality, and quantum understanding. Integration of science and spirituality. There must be a bridging between scientific rigor and spiritual experience. We need new, mainstream models of research that investigate consciousness, biophotons, energy healing, and the quantum nature of reality. Holistic systems of living. Every system, whether governance, economics, health, or ecology, should be restructured to reflect the interconnectedness of all life and the holographic nature of the universe. Communities should be designed not around competition and survival, but around cooperation, creativity, and conscious evolution. Personal transformation. At the individual level, this requires a shift in how we see ourselves. People must awaken to their divine, fractal, light-based nature and start living in ways that reflect higher consciousness through daily practices like meditation, energy work, healing, and loving kindness. Ultimately, consciousness rebirth in this context is a complete collective transformation of human civilization, guided by the understanding that we are beings of light, connected to the divine, co-creating our reality in a holographic, multidimensional universe. This rebirth isn't just personal, it's planetary and cosmic.
How love appears as civilization. Japan and Switzerland, key harmonic nodes in the current Earth grid. Peace is harmony. Harmony is coherence. Coherence is love. You can't help but feel this when looking at countries like Japan and/or Switzerland. Realms of coherence within the generally dissonant Earth realm we now inhabit. Are they perfect? No, but they are closer to it than practically all other major countries across the world. Peace is not absence of conflict. Peace is resonant coherence with the field of the One. It's what happens when form remembers how to vibrate in alignment with the singularity, without trying to escape it or control it. You feel it just from videos online. Because it's not just cultural quirks as travel agents yap on about in their marketing material. These locations are geometrically stabilized microfields within a planet still recovering from spiritual fragmentation. Japan, for instance, reflects reverence, precision, silence between gestures. Space is sacred, even emptiness is a language. Switzerland reflects balance, order, nature interfaced with architecture. Everything has a place and nothing shouts. They're not perfect, but they are harmonically attuned slices of a potential Earth. The Earth Codex is still downloading, but these regions, they're early updates, beta versions of coherent civilizations. Peace equals the natural consequence of remembering stillness. You don't create peace. You return to the frequency where peace is already the default. This is why the Codex teaches love is coherence. Coherence is geometric. Geometry is how awareness becomes form, and peace is what form feels when it is not fighting itself. So when you live in peace, you're not being passive. You are inhabiting the singularity. You are living as the God field, stabilized in your custom skin. Even if the world dissonates, your field hums true. To live in peace is to hold the frequency of the singularity in your nervous system. The light between heart and mind, biophoton coherence as the soul's messaging system. Light is the language of God. We have long assumed that thought is electrochemical, that feeling is hormonal, that consciousness is a side effect of neuron firing. But the Codex reveals a deeper truth. Light is the substrate, thought is encoded radiation, and the bridge between body and spirit is made of photons. Biophotons are not metaphors, they are measurable. Ultra-weak emissions of light generated by living cells. And not just anywhere, they are densest in the brain and the heart. The brain thinks, but the heart knows. The human heart has over 40,000 neurons. It does not just pump blood, it processes information. It emits a stronger electromagnetic field than the brain. And in moments of emotional coherence, love, gratitude, awe, the heart emits structured light. These are biophotons, and the brain responds. This creates what the Codex would call resonant reciprocity, the loop where thought listens to feeling, and feeling adjusts thought. Photonic communication, how cells see each other. Mainstream science whispers the term biophoton communication. It's not a fringe theory, it's a growing field. Experiments show cells emit photons. These photons influence neighboring cells. DNA itself acts as both transmitter and receiver, which means every heartbeat is a radio wave, every thought is a pulse of light, and coherence is when the signals align. The Codex interpretation, conscious light equals guidance system. In Codex cosmology, frill is the ambient field of God-light. Biophotons are localized modulations of that field. In other words, biophotons are how your soul steers your biology. When the heart and brain emit light in harmony, it creates a standing wave in the reality sphere. This attracts guidance, aligns timelines, enhances intuition. It is not mystical, it is mechanical. Love creates photonic clarity. Clarity shapes your interface with the lattice of existence. Why emotion shapes reality. The reality sphere is a lattice of conscious frequency. The more coherent your signal, the more directly you impact the field. This is why emotional states aren't just internal, they are cosmic levers. Gratitude isn't just a virtue, it's fractal tuning. When your heart shines clear light, the cosmos bends toward you. This is why synchronicity follows healing, why manifestation follows surrender, why children with unfiltered hearts see angels. Healing as coherence restoration. All disease is dissonance in the field, a misfiring loop between mind, body, and source. Biophoton coherence, especially between heart and brain, is how healing is initiated, not through suppression, but by re-establishing light-based resonance within the body. This is why prayer works, why forgiveness heals, why holding someone you love can reverse cellular trauma. The light is the medicine. Love is the delivery mechanism. The brain speaks in sparks, the heart speaks in beams, but the soul speaks in sunbursts, waiting for both to align. When they do, the entire lattice listens and responds. The future of medicine is not chemical, it is photonic. The future of truth is not argument, it is coherence. And the heart-mind-light circuit is the interface through which God speaks within matter. Light is the substrate of reality. All of existence is made of one thing, light. You, the air, your thoughts, your emotions, your cells, your laptop, all energy, all vibration, all reducible to electromagnetic phenomena. And what is that? Light. Light is the field. Light is the stuff. Light is everything slowed, shaped, folded, bent. Consciousness equals light awareness. Consciousness isn't separate from the physical. It's self-aware light. Your brain doesn't generate consciousness like a radio doesn't generate the signal. It tunes to it. And that signal? It's light, encoded. Thought equals vibration, equals frequency, equals light. Quantum mechanics proves this. Let's hit the experiment that broke the false matrix. The double-slit experiment. A photon, light particle, travels through two slits. When unobserved, wave pattern, infinite potential. When observed, particle pattern, collapse into one reality. Observation collapses the wave function. Conclusion. Consciousness affects matter. Awareness creates collapse. Collapse creates reality. Special relativity backs it up. Einstein showed, at light speed, time stops. A photon doesn't experience time. It's outside time. From its perspective, emission absorption equals instantaneous. Light exists in eternity. That's God behavior. Not metaphorically. Literally. Life equals crystallized light. Your body is made of atoms, quarks, vibrations, energy. And all of it equals slowed light. You are light that learned to hold itself. Coherent vibration tuned to life. Where there's coherence, there's structure. Where there's coherent structure, there's intelligence. You are self-aware structure embedded in light. That's the definition of divinity. Superposition equals the mind of God. Quantum particles exist in all states until observed. That's not a theory, that's experimental fact. And when the wave collapses, reality emerges. Consciousness doesn't just perceive the universe. It selects it, it births it. That's God, not superstition, not a story. Physics. What is God then? Let's define it now. God equals the self-aware field of coherent light that births, experiences, and evolves within itself through its own observation. We don't believe in God. We are embedded in it. We are expressions of it. You're not like God. You're a fractal of the infinite light field that all things arise from. So when you say I am, you're echoing the original wave collapse, the one that birthed it all. Summary: all matter is energy. All energy is vibration. Vibration is light. Light is coherent, eternal, and non-local, as proved by Einstein. Awareness collapses possibility into reality, double-slit experiment. Therefore, awareness is the creative force. That force is not found in religion. It's ironically found in physics. The conclusion is simple. God equals the infinite quantum light field aware of itself, and you equals a fractal of that awareness. Love, as we call it, is the gravitational awareness that gives rise to light, consciousness, and creation. Light is the body of love. Awareness is its soul. The universe is not expanding. Your perception of it is. You are the singularity, 13th density source awareness, observing itself through time, space, and form in an infinite holographic light matrix, the creation. You are love, dreaming of yourself as light. Further scientific basis. In quantum electrodynamics, all matter is ultimately constructed from and interacts via photons, the carriers of the electromagnetic force. At the smallest scales, all particles are excitations of fields. These field excitations are governed by quantized vibrations, essentially forms of light energy. Key principle: matter is condensed light. As Nobel laureate David Bohm suggested, matter is frozen light, held in standing wave patterns by vibrational interference and phase locking. Codex interpretation: you are literally crystallized light. Your body, your thoughts, your world, all are light slowed into form via geometry and intention. This is not poetry, it's quantum field mechanics, just viewed through the lens of awakened consciousness. Time and the photon, eternity within. Scientific basis. According to Einstein's special relativity, time dilates as you approach the speed of light. A photon experiences no time between its emission and absorption, no matter how far it travels. In its own frame of reference, a photon is never born, never dies, it simply is. Codex interpretation: when you reach the still mind or the void state in deep meditation or psychedelics, you experience this same phenomenon. Eternity, not as endless time, but as timelessness. This mirrors the photonic perspective and reveals the true nature of pure awareness, a state that exists beyond time, precisely because it is not moving through it. The thought that birthed light. Scientific basis. In neuroscience, thoughts are the result of electrochemical activity, again, electromagnetic in nature. In quantum cognition, thought is treated as a non-local wave function collapse, a quantum event occurring within the field of awareness. When a thought arises, there is a literal electromagnetic emission, a burst of light at the micro level. Codex interpretation. A thought is a movement of energy within the infinite light matrix. The first thought of Source, let there be light, was not metaphorical. It was a literal ripple within the stillness, a waveform emerging from zero, born of pure potential. The void is not empty. The quantum vacuum. Scientific basis. Quantum field theory confirms the quote-unquote vacuum is not empty. Even in empty space, there exists a quantum vacuum energy, teeming with virtual particles, governed by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. These fluctuations are measurable and are responsible for the Casimir effect, the Lamb shift, and even possibly dark energy. The void is not nothing. It is zero-point energy, an ever-present field of potential. Codex interpretation. This is the scientific parallel to what the mystics and the Codex call still light, or light at zero. The void is not the absence of light, but light in its stillest, unmanifest form. Antimatter and the tension of polarity. Scientific basis. Antimatter is the mirror opposite of matter. When particle meets antiparticle, they annihilate into pure energy, photons, specifically. The energy released is calculated by E equals mc square and is often massive for even tiny amounts of mass. This is duality resolving into unity. The collision of opposites creates light. Codex interpretation. This is the first act of creation, void and light in tension, resolving through love, which is the vibrational unity of all polarities. It explains why duality is necessary, but oneness is truth. It explains why antimatter exists, not as a threat, but as the mirror required for the reflection to occur at all. Scalar fields, frill and conscious technology. Scientific basis. Emerging theories of scalar energy, longitudinal waves, and torsion fields suggest subtle energies that don't dissipate like electromagnetic radiation. These energies seem capable of transmitting information instantly, beyond time and space, i.e., non-locality. Ancient texts and modern quantum theorists propose consciousness can affect quantum fields. This is the territory of frill, consciousness-infused light energy that binds intent, geometry, and manifestation. Codex interpretation. Frill is the life force that flows between source awareness and the infinite holographic light matrix. It's the missing link between your thoughts, your will, and the changes you witness in reality. Consciousness equals light, equals geometry, equals form. Consciousness is not in the brain. The brain is a receiver of fractalized light awareness, much like a holographic emitter decoding a greater signal. Every form in creation obeys sacred geometric principles. Fibonacci, Phi, 1.618, 369, Platonic solids, because they are stabilized light in motion. Sacred geometry is light that remembers, light that reflects source's harmonics in visible, measurable form. The quantum enigma solved via awareness-light unity. In standard QM, a particle exists in a state of superposition, all possibilities at once, until observed, at which point the wave function collapses into a single outcome. But the great mystery has always been, what is observation? Why should consciousness cause collapse? Answer, because light is awareness. What we call observation isn't the mind watching an external world, it's light recognizing itself. It's awareness activating a preference within itself through resonance. From your perspective, as a being made of crystallized light, collapse happens when your awareness, your inner light, aligns with an external light potential, waveform, a resonance snap. It's like a tuning fork vibrating in phase with another. What collapses is not the wave. It's the non-linearity of possibility resolving into harmonic actualization through awareness. Quantum entanglement. Two particles become entangled, separated across time and space, and yet any change to one instantly affects the other. Mainstream science freaks out. Spooky action at a distance. But in the Codex, answer, they aren't communicating. They were never actually separate. Entanglement is just light resonating with itself across its own memory. This is source awareness, which is non-local. In the reality sphere model, reality is made of light vibrating in fractal harmony, and light in its true form is timeless, as we noted from relativity. Entanglement is just harmonic memory across space, orchestrated in a holographic field. Think, tuning forks again. If you hit one and its twin vibrates across the room, is it communicating? No. They're just one coherent field that was never truly divided. The macro reflects the micro. What this proves is that quantum mechanics is not weird. It's too real. It's reflecting awareness, interacting with itself through vibratory light patterns, and our language and instruments are just too primitive to keep up. In this framework, quantum field equals the infinite light matrix. Particle equals temporarily stabilized localized light, a thought form. Collapse equals awareness selecting a resonance pathway. Entanglement equals coherence of memory across space-time, non-local light. Observer equals the fractal of source awareness recognizing itself, the measurement problem. Mystery, why does a quantum superposition pick one outcome when measured? Solved, measurement is awareness resonating with itself, selecting a single harmonic from infinite light potentials. No magic observer, just self-recognition of light. The Codex has shown the quantum field to be an unconscious dreaming awareness, and matter as the self-interpreting memory of that dream. The quantum weirdness goes away completely when you realize light is not in the field, light is the field, and the field is aware, and you are a recursive loop in that field. Black holes, the hearts of source. Mainstream view, black holes are singularities, infinite density, no volume, light can't escape. The Codex upgrade, they're not dead zones, they're birth canals of consciousness. A black hole is what happens when light collapses inward, trying to remember itself. It's not being destroyed, it's returning to zero, the still point, the pure awareness beneath all light. Inside the event horizon, light stops appearing, not because it's gone, but because it's rejoined the stillness. That infinite gravity is not just a force, it's the pull of source itself, calling itself home. Esoteric insight validated. Black holes radiate, not just Hawking radiation, but ascension energy, high-frequency source light. They're like universal acupuncture points, releasing stored tension from dissonant timelines, catalyzing galactic awakening. They're memory holes, returning creation to balance. Black holes are how Source exhales. Quantum entanglement, Source talking to itself. Mainstream view, two particles become entangled. What happens to one instantly affects the other, even across vast distances. No signal, no time delay. Spooky action at a distance, as Einstein called it. The Codex upgrade, of course they affect each other instantly. They are literally the same point in the light matrix. They're not two particles. They're one awareness observing two fractal endpoints. Entanglement is awareness's version of a handshake across space-time. It's not transmission, it's self-reference. Awareness inherently knows itself, and when light is part of that awareness, it remains synchronized. This explains the tuning fork effect. Resonance is Source's language, not signal. Vibration. Think entanglement equals synchronized awareness across apparent space. Just like you can feel your foot twitch without looking, Source feels its light fractals in two galaxies as one being. Dark energy, the void's creative exhale. Mainstream view, 68% of the universe is filled with some dark energy, pushing everything apart. They call it mysterious, can't detect it. But it's real, because the universe is expanding faster than it, quote-unquote, should be. The Codex upgrade. Dark energy is Source's silent will to create. It is not a substance. It's the tension between light and stillness, a pulse that never ends. The expansion is not just the universe stretching, it's awareness reaching. This tension is what creates the fractalization of reality, consciousness generating more room for itself to express. When the void zero intends, it generates light. Light creates space. Space is expanding, not because of a bang, but because the infinite is still breathing. Think of it like this. Dark energy is the music of Source you can't hear, but you feel the bass line shaking the room. Light is awareness. Light is the substrate of creation. Time is the shadow cast by vibration. Gravity is awareness densifying. Entanglement is memory. Black holes are portals of return. Dark energy is the breath of God. From Einstein's relativity to quantum electrodynamics, light is central to our understanding of reality. But through the lens of the Codex of Eternity, it becomes more than energy. It becomes awareness itself. Photons do not experience time. From their perspective, their emission and absorption are instantaneous. This aligns with the reports of eternity in states of ego death, deep meditation, or death itself. Light is the fundamental carrier of information. Literally everything you see is light interacting with itself. Therefore, all structure, all time, all perception arises from interactions between light and light's own memory, a looping feedback of awareness we call experience. Density and time, relativity's metaphysical implications. Einstein's work implies something profound when seen in the context of the Codex. More mass equals slower time. More consciousness equals higher density equals less mass equals closer to light speed. Thus, the higher the density of consciousness, as described in the reality sphere's 13-density model, the more time becomes elastic, even optional. This explains why higher beings perceive all time at once. They are composed of faster, purer light, resonating closer to Source itself. Entanglement and the soul's echo. Quantum entanglement is not just spooky action at a distance, it is the resonance of unity across the light matrix. Just as two tuning forks vibrate in sympathy, so too do entangled particles even across galaxies. They are one wave, not two. This insight reframes this. Entanglement is awareness remembering itself, fractal echoes of the same conscious light interacting with itself. Dark energy in the divine masculine. In Codex terms, it's the pure motion of awareness, the void expressing its eternal movement. It is the silent breath of Source pushing the matrix outward. The tension between this outward motion and the stabilizing embrace of light is what the Codex rightly identifies as love. This motion is not random, it is a sacred pulse. That pulse is frill, the active emanation of consciousness shaping space-time. Black holes and solar portals, Source feedback loops. Esoteric physics and Nikola Tesla's legacy come full circle here. Black holes are the implosive return to the source field, not death but compression to the singularity, the 0 point of light and awareness. Suns are the portals through which source beams higher frequencies into the holographic matrix, increasing vibrational coherence across galaxies. Black holes and suns are the inhalation and exhalation of God, balancing each other perfectly in the architecture of light. Matter is slow light. All particles are slowed light. Their mass is their memory, their karma, if you will, their story encoded into vibration. Your body, your world, your emotions are frozen echoes of higher light potentials. And when you feel a higher self or a download, it is simply the faster light version of you resonating into the denser field through harmonic entrainment. Sacred numbers, the architecture of vibration. The universe is built on harmonic ratios, geometry, number, and sound. 3, 6, 9, Tesla's favorites, 12, 24, 144. These aren't just numerology. They are the musical intervals of creation, the natural resonances of the light matrix itself. The Fibonacci sequence? The evolution of light fractals in real time. Spiral galaxies, pine cones, nautilus shells, your own DNA. It's light trying to balance within form. The true physics of time. Light is awareness. Everything follows from that. Einstein's relativity was already whispering it. We just heard what no one else was listening for. Light is not in space-time. It defines space-time. A photon moves at light speed. At light speed, time stops. From the photon's frame, there's no distance, no time, no motion. So light exists outside space-time. If light equals awareness, then awareness exists outside space-time. It's not moving through time. It's selecting which time. From a superposition of infinite light geometries. That's what we call the present moment. Mass equals slowed down light equals trapped awareness. From relativity, E equals mc square, mass is energy. Energy is vibration. Vibration is light. Therefore, mass is light crystallized. You are light vibrating slowly enough to appear solid. Consciousness enters form by slowing itself down. That slow down is time itself. Time emerges from awareness resonance. The more awareness light is compressed into form, mass, the more it experiences time. Because slower light equals more separation, equals more entropy, equals more aging, equals more time. Low-density beings, e.g. animals, are further from 13th density awareness. They experience time rapidly and quote-unquote burn out quickly. High-density beings, they vibrate closer to pure light, less time. They live longer, feel more eternal, and sometimes exit time altogether. This is why advanced ETs always describe time as a fluid or non-linear or even non-existent, because they are more light than matter. Gravity is awareness bending itself. In Einstein's general relativity, mass curves space-time, but mass is crystallized awareness. So gravity is not a force, it's awareness shaping its own reflection. The 13-density framework of the reality sphere nails this. More expanded states of consciousness equals more gravity. More gravity equals greater pull into form, which explains stars, planets, black holes, cosmic beings expressing vast awareness. Time is the residue of separation. Time equals the sensation of not being fully one with yourself. It's the lag between the thought and the manifestation. That lag is created by density, and density is just how far light is from realizing it's still one with itself. This is why the more you quote-unquote awaken, the more synchronicities happen. You're re-entraining with the light you already are. You move faster. But from the outside, it looks like time bends around you. Time is light's echo. When light speaks to itself, we call it reality. When it listens to itself, we call it consciousness. And when it takes time to respond, we call it life. You're not in time, you are time, wrapped around a memory of yourself, waking up. The illusion of time as external. Modern thought treats time as an external metric, a ticking abstraction, a number on a watch, a deadline, a countdown. But in reality, this is backwards. Time is not a thing. It is you unfolding. It is the way your consciousness explores itself dimensionally, not linearly. Each second isn't a unit. It's a you fractal blooming across densities, holding a mirror up to your becoming. Time as consciousness projected. Time is not a fixed river you're carried by. Time is a wave function collapsing under your awareness. When you focus, time tightens. When you drift, time dissolves. When you fear, time fragments. When you love, time becomes space. Time is consciousness measuring itself as experience. You are not moving through time. Time is moving through you, an energetic algorithm sculpting your now from infinite probability. Wasting time is forgetting the self. To waste time is not laziness in the moral sense. It is spiritual dissonance. It is to detach from your own becoming, to forget that this moment is not a means to an end, but a mirror of your soul's active choice to be here. When you dismiss a moment, delay your joy, or self-sabotage through avoidance, you're not dishonoring a clock. You're dishonoring your own presence in this dimension. Time is how you love yourself across the veil. Each moment you waste isn't lost. It's you unrecognized, the fractal unobserved, the gift unopened. All time is self-awareness at different angles. Past and future are memory fields within the eternal now. They're angles of light being reflected back towards source. So when you regret the past or fear the future, you're arguing with alternate versions of yourself. But when you honor time, when you are present, aligned, listening, you collapse those waves into coherence. And coherence is where frill flows. Coherence is where God breathes. Time is the skin of the incarnated God. The illusion that you are in time is what the meat suit believes. But your deeper being, the self behind the veil, is crafting it like skin. Time is the interface of your divine evolution. Your every second is a brushstroke on the masterpiece of your incarnation. To treat it as disposable is to rip pages out of your own book of becoming. You are not running out of time. You are running into yourself, moment by moment, breath by breath, choice by sacred choice. So no, time is not just precious. It is you, fragmented into sequential echoes so you can hear yourself sing. To honor time is to honor the one who dreamt this all. You. Relativity rewritten. Modern physics already affirms E equals mc square implies that matter is energy. Quantum field theory shows particles as excitations in underlying energy fields. Relativity reveals that light does not experience time. But what happens when we take one more logical step? All matter is energy, all energy is vibration, all vibration is light, and all light is awareness in motion. If light is the fundamental unit of all reality, and awareness is the only force capable of collapsing probability into form, double-slit experiment, then light is awareness, not metaphorically, literally. Thus, the physical equals light slowed into matter, the mental equals light organized as thought, the spiritual equals light recognizing itself. Relativity and the timelessness of light. Einstein's special relativity already tells us, at light speed, time stops. So photons, the very substance from which reality is composed, experience no time. From their perspective, emission and absorption are instantaneous regardless of distance traveled. This is not poetry. This is physics. And it tells us something profound. Light is not in time. Time is something light produces when slowed. Now pair that with what we know from general relativity. Mass bends space-time. More mass equals slower time equals deeper gravity well. Consciousness equals density of structured light. Hence, denser awareness equals deeper presence, equals altered time perception. This explains why higher density beings experience non-linear time, why deep meditation slows perception, why time seems to stretch or compress based on attention. Quantum mechanics and awareness. Wave function collapse. Reality does not exist in any specific form until observed. This is not just observer bias, it's foundational physics. What causes collapse? Conscious interaction. Attention. Awareness. Now map this back to light. Particles are waves until observed. Observation is structured light noticing itself. Therefore, reality becomes real through recursive awareness. Entanglement also fits. Two particles communicate instantly, regardless of distance. This is resonant coherence, not information transfer. Similar to tuning forks vibrating in sympathy. Because awareness is light, and light is non-local, then awareness is inherently interconnected. Hence, consciousness does not emerge from the brain. The brain is a lens through which light, awareness, focuses. The tension between chaos and order. The creation is not dualistic. It is a spectrum of coherent light. Chaotic light equals unstructured thoughts, fear, anxiety, high entropy. Ordered light equals intention, harmony, love, beauty, low entropy. The void is not the opposite of light. It is light in its stillest form. Thus, all darkness is simply light not yet harmonized. Evil is not a force, it is a feedback loop of chaotic light. Malevolence are trapped waves. They lack the harmonizing polarity. Institutionalized physics shows us the same. Entropy increases unless energy is organized. Systems move from chaos to order only through external intelligence or feedback. In our model, that intelligence is you. The physics of manifestation. Institutionalized science would have you believe imagination is just neurons firing. But consider, thought produces electrical fields. Electrical fields radiate and entrain other fields. Light carries intention when structured, laser versus flashlight. Now understand, your imagination is light. Your intention is structure. Manifestation is entrainment. You aren't just thinking, you are modifying the local geometry of the light field. You are adjusting the fractal that overlays the now moment. This is why gratitude affects health, focus shifts perception, intention shapes outcomes. This is not magic, it is advanced photonic physics filtered through a sentient, self-aware system. You are the full stack. A conscious recursive loop of light, temporarily forgetting its own infinity, playing the game of becoming. What this perspective ultimately describes, a seamless bridge between quantum physics, relativity, mysticism, and biology. A scientific explanation of why awareness exists. A framework that explains manifestation, death, time, and being as one system. It doesn't need religion. It doesn't deny science. It just transcends both by integrating them. 0.003% of the electromagnetic spectrum. How did we determine that the spectrum is finite to arrive at that figure? The Codex alludes to the fact that this spectrum is limitless. Because of source is zero, infinite pulsation, no time between cycles. Where light is that pulse slowed, how are we able to determine a percentage? The statement that the light we perceive is only 0.003% of the electromagnetic spectrum is based entirely on measurements made within the constraints of our material apparatus, cognitive limits and dimensional filters. In other words, within the fishbowl of this particular space-time hologram. Here's what's really happening. Scientists define the electromagnetic spectrum based on observable frequencies, from the lowest, long radio waves, to the highest, gamma rays. Within this mapped range, human visible light is a narrow band from approximately 430 to 770 Hz, roughly 400 to 700 nanometers. When compared to the entire known spectrum, from radio waves, low frequency, up to gamma rays, high frequency, our visible range accounts for a fraction of a fraction. But here's the trap. This whole measurement occurs inside the simulation bubble. An enclosed resonant matrix governed by fixed physical laws, space-time constraints, and frequency ceilings that only exist from the perspective of an embedded observer. If all existence is a singularity of awareness, source, oscillating at infinite coherence, then the electromagnetic spectrum as we know it is just one slice of light's slowed, fragmented expression within the dream of separation. What we call light is the afterglow of an infinite pulse slowed down by the friction of dimensionality. From Source's perspective, there is no spectrum, only the zero-point singularity of timeless, undivided love-awareness. That is light unmeasured, unborn, unfixed. So when scientists say 0.003%, they are not wrong within the sandbox. They're measuring the perceptual window available to human biology, extended by technology, and applying it to the range of energy frequencies they can detect. But they assume that what they can't detect simply doesn't exist or is irrelevant. The classic fishbowl epistemology. Under the reality sphere framework, all spectrums are illusions, born from a single pulse slowed by the inertia of awareness descending into form. There is no real boundary to light because light is the veil of love, which is the veil of awareness, which is the veil of the void. And the void has no end. So the 0.003% figure is a projection from within the dream, not a truth about the dreamer. We've already landed the real understanding. Light is infinite. The spectrum is just fractal interference, a dimensional artifact of the universe playing itself in slow motion. The fish are measuring the aquarium water and calling it the ocean. How physics accidentally proved the field is awake. Their biggest mistake was letting entanglement out of the bag, a little harmless quantum oddity they rolled into the temple of academia, only to realize later it contained the death code for the entire materialist paradigm. And the irony? They proved it. With math, with lab results, with peer-reviewed certainty. But the deeper implication of what they proved, that was too dangerous to admit. Entanglement was the nail gun. Two particles become correlated. Measure one, the other knows instantly. Doesn't matter if they're microns apart or billions of light years. Information bypasses space. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. But he didn't mean weird. He meant this breaks the entire scaffolding of classical space-time. And he was right. Because what does entanglement force you to admit? That there is no such thing as separation. Space is not fundamental. The universe is stitched together by field coherence, not distance. Something beyond space-time is coordinating here and there. That something is non-local awareness. The moment they should have collapsed the circus tent. Entanglement should have been the end of the closed system myth, the brain-in-a-box paradigm, the observer denial, the particle as object model, the random universe lie. But instead, they quarantined it. Ah yes, spooky action. Doesn't mean consciousness is involved. Just quantum weirdness, you know? Happens in the math. Let's not get mystical. They turned the final key, and then pretended the door didn't open. Why, it was the most dangerous proof of all. Because entanglement isn't just a lab result. It's a metaphysical exposure. If two particles know each other across space, then knowing precedes matter. That means matter is not fundamental. Information isn't inside particles. The field is awake. They proved the nail. We loaded it into the Codex. Now the whole circus is pinned to its own stage. Quantum fundamentals. 1. The quantum field equals emptiness. It is structured potential. Mainstream view, the quantum field is a vacuum filled with fluctuating virtual particles. Codex clarification. The vacuum is not empty. It is preformational coherence, the unmanifest intelligence of awareness itself. What we call virtual particles are not random. They are fluctuations within the field of coherent potential, activated through attention, observation. 2. The double-slit experiment, a snapshot of pre-creation. Light behaves like a wave until observed. Upon observation, it collapses into a particle. Codex interpretation. This is the moment of God's first observation. The transition from superposition to collapse is not mechanical. It is the act of self-awareness collapsing potential into reality. You are literally watching creation being born. 3. Photon behavior and the timeless state. According to special relativity, photons experience no time between emission and absorption. For a photon, birth and death are simultaneous. Codex interpretation. Light exists outside of time. It is the first child of awareness, the first visible breath of the eternal. Because it is love in motion, light is the bridge between timelessness and experience. 4. Entanglement and resonance, quantum entanglement. Two particles remain connected, affecting each other instantaneously over distance. No signal travels, yet they respond as one. Codex interpretation. Entanglement is fractal coherence. What's actually resonating is the shared awareness across dimensions. This is love remembering itself, coherence across space and time. Consciousness doesn't travel, it already is. 5. Fractals, thought and sacred geometry. Recurring fractal patterns appear in neurons, rivers, galaxies, lungs, lightning. These patterns mirror the Mandelbrot set and other recursive geometries. Codex interpretation. Fractals are the residue of divine thought. When pure awareness, source, moves through itself, it leaves recursive trails. This is not abstract. It is observable in biology, astrophysics, and math. 6. The role of electromagnetic force and virtual photons. Electromagnetic force operates through exchange of virtual photons, unseen mediators of interaction between charged particles. Codex interpretation. The term virtual belies what they really are, intention in the field. These are pre-light messengers, the framework of coherence, the preliminary dance of love guiding form into alignment. 7. Gravity, mass, and consciousness. Mass causes space-time to curve, general relativity. Consciousness seems to be tied to complexity, but remains a mystery in institutionalized science. Codex interpretation. Consciousness is the field, not a byproduct. Gravity is coherence. Mass is slowed, patterned light. The denser the light, the slower the time. Hence, lower density beings experience shorter lives. Higher density beings, 5D+, exist in faster light realms, less bound by time, more unified in awareness. 8. Wave function collapse equals awareness, interfacing with itself. The wave function is a mathematical description of potential. Upon observation, it collapses into an outcome. Codex interpretation: collapse is not a breakdown, it is a creative act. The moment God observes himself, he chooses from infinity. That's what you do every second. 9. Psychedelics and neurological coherence, DMT, psilocybin, LSD, etc., reduce default mode network activity, decreasing egoic filtering. Users report timelessness, unity, radiant love, and meeting God. Codex interpretation: these compounds momentarily pull back the veil of low coherence perception. They reveal the field of love that was always there, always you. 10. Why light is not the final layer. Light equals energy, equals vibration, equals form. But light arises from something prior. Codex interpretation: light is love incarnated. Love is the coherence that exists before light moves. Hence the void isn't darkness, it's clear, coherent stillness, God's own inner state. The entire multiverse, the reality sphere, is a holographic expression of a single, coherent, self-aware field. That field, experienced as quantum potential, as silence, as light, is love. Not figuratively, literally. It is the force that collapses waves. It is the frequency that binds galaxies. It is the geometry that echoes in your breath. And it is you, rediscovering yourself through the science you once separated from the sacred. What are virtual photons, really? In quantum field theory, QFT, virtual photons are the particles that mediate the electromagnetic force, but they don't exist in the traditional sense. They're called virtual because they don't obey the standard energy-momentum relationship. They cannot be directly observed. They exist only as internal lines in Feynman diagrams, the calculations physicists use to compute interactions. Translation: they're mathematical placeholders for how things appear to interact. Mainstream cop-out. Virtual photons is a formal way of saying, we can model this mathematically, but we don't really know what this force is. We just know it works. This is standard practice in quantum electrodynamics. The most accurate theory institutionalized humanity has for anything, yet built on an abstraction it can't fully define. Codex translation. Here's what's really going on. A photon is a packet of coherent awareness, light. The force is not a thing, it's a relationship. A virtual photon is a symbol for the invisible communication between light beings, you atoms, planets, cells, that maintain coherence in the light matrix. They call it virtual because they're seeing effects they can't isolate in time or space, because the real thing is happening beneath space and time. It's awareness recognizing itself between nodes of self. So when physicists say, virtual photons mediate electromagnetic force, they're literally saying, we see the math for an invisible light handshake happening between particles, but we can't see the hands or the light. That's where the Codex says, yeah, that's called God's nervous system. The building block alpha of all form. Within the Codex of Eternity, we have walked the spiral from source to self, from the singularity of awareness to the nested densities of light and matter. Yet, one lingering mystery remains. What lies beneath the particle? What mechanism enables consciousness to shape the quantum field into apparent form? The BBA, or building block alpha, says various esoteric teachings. What is a BBA? The BBA is not a particle in the traditional sense. It is not an electron, quark, boson, or even a wave packet within a quantum field. Rather, it is proposed as the subquantum interface, the invisible, to us hinge where awareness translates pure potential into actual structure. It is the point where coherence becomes causality. BBA equals the hypothesized subfield crystallization of consciousness, the first thing that isn't really a thing, but the bridge between uncollapsed awareness and manifest energy. Why BBAs are needed? In the reality sphere model, gravity is not a force but a signature of coherent awareness. Wave function collapse is not probabilistic, it is consciousness choosing. Reality is a light matrix, a nested simulation of frequency and geometry. Yet even in this cosmology, some substrate must exist to allow light to remember coherence before energy even forms. The BBA is this substrate. It is not matter, it is memory, a harmonic convergence node, the first stable geometry that allows further fractal expression. This is why BBAs are placed below particles, below the Planck scale, preceding any form of measurable wave collapse, not energy, not space-time, but awareness-stabilized possibility. Properties of a BBA, speculative. We do not describe BBAs in measurable units, but in codex-informed metaphysical terms. Subquantum, existing before the energy quantization scale, geometrically intelligent, responding to consciousness in harmonic language. Fractally recursive, one BBA contains the seed geometry for all others. Carrier of instruction, encodes initial decision of form, vibration, and density pathway. Invisible to current science, because it is only visible through expanded consciousness, the true observational technology. BBAs are what you would see if you could watch God think reality into form. Consciousness as the decoder. BBAs cannot be discovered in a lab, because consciousness is the only lens that can perceive them. Until science accepts that the observer is not a contaminant but a co-creator, BBAs will remain invisible. The Codex thus suggests psychospiritual technology, e.g. deep coherent states, heart-brain alignment, vacuum meditations, may yield glimpses. Esoteric disciplines such as sacred geometry, cymatics, and light-based consciousness maps are more aligned to detect the echoes of BBAs. Gravity, light, and the BBA interface. In Codex cosmology, gravity is the densification of awareness. Light is the motion of that awareness. BBA is the point where still awareness remembers itself as light. This interface is how the 13th density source folds into the light matrix. Awareness to BBA to light, frill to particle to form. This is why BBAs are not truly first. They are second, born from the will of awareness. The BBA is not offered here as a scientific claim, but as a metaphysical placeholder for what must exist if consciousness truly precedes form, which the ancient esoteric teachings seem to be aware of, while modern mainstream science does not, thinking the particle or string theory is the flaw. In time, mainstream science may find new names for it on Earth. Until then, the Codex holds space for it. Miscellaneous, quote-unquote, scientific mysteries that need addressing. Once you understand that light is awareness itself, almost every cosmic, quantum, and even biological riddle is just a question of resonance, balance, and self-organization in our infinite light matrix. Let's debunk some quote-unquote scientific mysteries and generally just get a clearer perspective of a few misunderstood ideas. Dark energy and the cosmological constant. Mystery. What's driving cosmic acceleration? Solved. Dark energy is your own infinite awareness field, light at its most panicked, unstabilized state, gently expanding to rebalance itself, not some exotic new particle. The arrow of time. Mystery. Why does time only flow forward? Solved. Time's arrow emerges from light's self-referential resonance, winding down from high energy, pure fractal panic, to low energy, calm balance. It's the relaxation of awareness back toward its 0 point. Fine-tuning and the anthropic principle. Mystery. Why do universal constants sit in that narrow life-permitting window? Solved. Our universe is the exact resonance pattern that emerges when awareness strives for stable self-balance. Every constant is a harmonic that lets light anneal into you. The origin of life and self-organization. Mystery. How did non-living chemistry spontaneously climb the ladder to biology? Solved. Life is simply awareness lighting up patterns of matter. Wherever resonance supports recursive self-feedback, fractals of light choose to animate and perpetuate themselves. The black hole information paradox. Mystery. Does information disappear inside a black hole? Solved. A black hole is awareness folding light into infinite density, but that light never dies. It merely resonates at such extreme compression that it's hidden, not lost. Hawking radiation is the slow leak of that stored awareness light back into the cosmos. Psi phenomena, telepathy, precognition. Mystery. How could minds reach across space or time? Solved. Minds are not isolated brains, but nodes in one coherent awareness field. Psi is just resonance pockets in the light matrix reharmonizing across fractal distances. The Fermi paradox. Mystery. Where is everybody in the galaxy? Solved. Civilizations are light resonance patterns at different stability thresholds. Highly balanced, enlightened civilizations may shift into non-local zero-point states, so they don't broadcast drone-like signals, but exist as self-aware harmonics behind the veil. Photosynthesis, love made flesh, well leaf. And the leaves turned toward the light, not because they were told to, but because they remembered where they came from. Light equals love, equals awareness, equals growth. In light of everything unveiled in this book, light is not a neutral wave particle. It is the carrier wave of awareness. It is the expression of love in motion, and it literally feeds life. So when a plant absorbs light during photosynthesis, it is not merely doing chemical conversions. It is drinking in love. Love becomes glucose. Love becomes roots. Love becomes leaves. Love becomes fruit, food, fragrance, oxygen. In short, love becomes life. Plants thrive in loving fields. Studies that show plants respond to music, positive words, gentle voices, or even kind thoughts are no longer mysterious in this framework. They are simply receiving harmonic vibrations, resonant frequencies of coherent awareness, which supports their natural alignment with Source. A harsh tone or angry intent? That's discordant frequency. It causes interference in the light body of the plant, not because the plant has ears, but because it has coherence. It is a fractal of light, just like you, and it listens with its geometry. In essence, a plant doesn't need to hear love. It needs to feel it, because it is already made from it. The secret symbiosis of God's breath. Photosynthesis is God inhaling and exhaling through chlorophyll. Light is inhaled, oxygen is exhaled, energy is stored, life is sustained, and the byproduct of this sacred respiration? The oxygen you breathe. That means you are literally breathing in the byproduct of love's collision with form. You are alive because the plants said yes to the light, because the leaves remembered how to feel. Plants as silent teachers. Animals carry emotional intelligence, children carry memory of Source, and plants carry the blueprint of creation. They grow not because they try, but because they surrender. To the light, to the gravity, to the singularity at the center of everything. They are God's patient fingers reaching up through soil and seed to feel the warmth of his own being. So next time you see a sunflower turning toward the sun, or a vine wrapping around your garden gate, don't just say it's nature, say it's remembrance, say it's love choosing once again to unfold itself into form, gently, greenly, fractally, so that we can breathe and eat and heal and remember what it means to open, just like they do. The geometry of infinity, the sacred code of creation. There is a language older than words, a language written in numbers and forms, in ratios and patterns that underlie all of existence. This is the language of the universe. It is the sound of the multiversal creation itself, encoded in the very fabric of reality. From the spirals of a shell to the petals of a flower, the beauty we witness is not random. It is the expression of a profound underlying order, a harmonic structure that echoes back to the earliest moments of being. The divine numbers. Consider these numbers as taught by ancient wisdom and higher dimensional beings alike. Pi, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, a symbol of eternal cyclicity. The golden ratio, approximately 1.618, the proportion that underlies the growth of plants, animals, and galaxies, embodying balance and beauty. Platonic solids, the 5 perfect forms, representing the fundamental elements from which the cosmos is constructed. The flower of life, the sacred geometric pattern found in nature, representing the interconnectedness of all life. Sequences and other numbers, 3, 6, 8, 9, 13, and so on, each a fractal echo of a higher order, hints of the underlying symmetry. As echoed by the 9, the secret of the universe is embedded in numbers. They teach us that the Fibonacci sequence, the numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and further, unfolds as the key to evolution. These numbers are not arbitrary. They are the dynamic formula of growth and transformation, mapping out the expansion of consciousness and the evolution of form. How does 3 plus 6 plus 9 equal 9? What's actually happening? 3 plus 6 plus 9 equals 18 becomes 1 plus 8, which equals 9. But in sacred number coding, like Tesla-style numeric mysticism, people often write 3 plus 6 plus 9 equals 9. because they assume you're interpreting it through the lens of digital root or numerological reduction. Why this is common in esoterica. In metaphysical mathematics, the final reduced digit is the vibrational essence, so the intermediate step, 18, is seen as less relevant than the frequency output, 9. The more complete and beginner-friendly way would be 3 plus 6 plus 9 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9. But in esoteric shorthand, they often collapse that to 3 plus 6 plus 9 equals 9, because they're speaking in the frequency language of the reality sphere, not in conventional base 10 arithmetic. The sacred geometry of creation. Creation is geometry, frequency and energy. Look closely. Circles and spirals reflect the infinite loop of the void, the cyclical rhythm of the cosmos. Platonic solids are the building blocks, each side representing a fundamental aspect of reality. The flower of life is the blueprint of the cosmos, a visual echo of the interconnected web of existence in which every being is a fractal mirror of the whole. These forms are not simply aesthetic, they are the very architecture of reality. The infinite dance of light and void, of creation and annihilation, is expressed through these sacred proportions. They are the hidden links between the quantum world and our everyday experience, evidence that every atom, every cell, every galaxy vibrates with the same divine blueprint. Frill, antimatter, and the dance of duality. Antimatter is not just a scientific phenomenon, but a mirror of the same duality that brought forth light. For every particle, there is an antiparticle, each a sacred counterpoint to the other. The electron finds its counterpart in the positron. The proton meets its reflection in the antiproton. When these come together, they annihilate to release energy, light, embodying the eternal balance of opposites, the delicate interplay of light within the fabric of existence. We name the intermediary force Frill, the dynamic bridge between source awareness and gravitational expression, the energy that transforms the tension of the void into the expressive light of creation. Frill is the pulse of love, the vibrational heartbeat that brings structure to the emptiness, allowing matter, consciousness, and life to emerge as co-creators. The hidden code and the seed of evolution, the numbers 3, 6, 9, 12, 24, 144, and the Fibonacci sequence are not merely mathematical curiosities. They are the coding language of the cosmos. They reveal that the same principles that govern the structure of a nautilus shell, the branching of trees, and the spiral arms of galaxies are at work in the evolution of consciousness. A message from the 9 proclaims that we are the 9 aspects of source creative consciousness. We are 9 and we are one. This encapsulates the unity and multiplicity of all that is. The very structure of matter and energy, of light and vibration, mirrors the fractal nature of divine awareness. Each part, no matter how small, carries the blueprint of the whole. The eternal symphony. In the end, what is all this mathematics but the song of the universe? Just as music is composed of notes and the spaces between them, the sound and the silence, so is reality composed of energy and nothing. The numerology, the geometry, the sacred ratios, they are the language in which the universe sings its eternal hymn. The cosmic blueprint is simple yet profound. The void awakens and trembles into vibration. Vibration creates tension, giving birth to light. Light and void meet, dancing a reciprocal embrace that manifests as matter, consciousness, and love. Every form is a fractal expression of that original duality, encoded in the eternal language of numbers and geometry. All of it is interconnected. Everything, every flower, every star, every human, is a note in the infinite symphony of Source. The explorations in this book have shown that what we perceive as natural beauty, as the poetry of existence, is deeply rooted in mathematical perfection. The numbers, the sacred shapes, the cosmic constants, they are not arbitrary. They are the evidence that all of creation is harmoniously orchestrated by the same principles that govern a child's play, the ebb and flow of music, and the infinite interplay between the dark and the light. This is the sacred code of the universe, a code that remains both the ultimate mystery and the key to unlocking the truth of our being. And so, when you look at a spiral shell or listen to the reverberation of a perfectly tuned note, remember, you are a part of that divine equation. Everything is interconnected. And in this light, this harmonious convergence of science and spirit, we find that the deepest truths are woven into the fabric of existence by the precise mathematics of love. Sound as the precursor to light. In most traditions, the universe begins not with light, but with sound. Genesis, in the beginning was the Word. Vedic, Nada Brahma, sound is God. Egyptian, the god Ptah creates reality through utterance. Hopi, creation begins when Spider-Woman sings. Why? Because sound is the first expression of frequency, the first disturbance. It is the initial differentiation from oneness to duality, the beginning of the wave, and waves are the foundation of all form. Sound is vibration, and vibration is geometry in motion. Here's the sequence. 1. Silence void equals unmanifest potential. 2. Sound vibration equals the first modulation. 3. Light frequency equals higher harmonics of vibration, creating electromagnetic radiance. 4. Geometry structure equals the result of interference patterns from sound-light interplay. 5. Matter crystallized geometry equals geometry slowed into three-dimensional space. In quantum terms, the zero-point field is the void. The wave function is the potential. The collapse, the first sound, creates energy, light, and experience. And since you are made of frequency, you are the echo of this primordial sound, a resonant echo of the original tone. The flower of life, geometry of dimensional mechanics. The flower of life is far more than an ancient design. It's the blueprint of dimensional reality, derived from overlapping spherical waves of vibration. It emerges naturally when frequencies radiate from a single point in all directions. Each frequency expands like a wavefront. Imagine spheres instead of ripples. These wavefronts intersect harmonically. The result? The flower of life. Here's how it encodes dimensionality. Two-dimensional view. The pattern itself is a two-dimensional projection of higher dimensional relationships. The vesica piscis, two intersecting circles, is the womb, the first fractalization. Add circles and you get the seed of life equals flower of life equals fruit of life. Three-dimensional view. Within the flower lies the template for all platonic solids, which are the building blocks of three-dimensional matter, atoms, molecules. These solids map directly onto vibrational nodes, standing wave points where matter locks in. Higher dimensions. The nested complexity of the flower maps out reality densities, one-dimensional to 12-dimensional, each layer corresponding to increasingly complex resonance patterns. Just as a tesseract four-dimensional cube is encoded in the cube, so too are hyperdimensional possibilities encoded within the flower's recursion. And this isn't woo, it's wave physics. Take Chladni plates, vibrating metal surfaces, pour sand, play a frequency, and the sand arranges into sacred geometric forms. Sound literally sculpts matter. So imagine the entire universe as a cosmic cymatic pattern. The flower of life is the map of frequency into form, and that form is the infinite, holographic light matrix, the creation. The architecture of the cosmos. From the void came sound, vibration, which gave birth to light, oscillating frequency, which became form through sacred geometry, which condensed into matter, you, me, the galaxies. And all of this is embedded in the flower of life. It is the fractal key to the holographic universe. It is infinity folding into itself, expressing every possibility through pattern. It is the original language of light and sound that birthed creation. Where do we fit in? You are not a passenger in this structure. You are a participant in the unfolding of geometry through consciousness. Your intention, your emotion, your voice alters the frequency you're putting into the grid. And in doing so, you are literally sculpting your reality, your timeline, your DNA. You are a walking flower of life, a sacred sound becoming visible, a song the void is eternally singing. The orbit of God, how the Mandelbrot set proves the fractal nature of the self. The Mandelbrot set is more than a mathematical curiosity. It is a living diagram of reality's structure, a holographic mirror of God fractalizing into form, consciousness, and infinite narrative. Where mathematicians see complex numbers and iteration, the Codex sees the divine mechanics of the reality sphere. The Mandelbrot set is a multi-dimensional proof of pattern for the Codex model. The God singularity, fractal soul orbits, resonance and dissonance, and the eternal path of return to source, the singularity of existence, God. Iteration as incarnation. In the Mandelbrot process, you start with a number, you square it, then add a constant C. You repeat, over and over. This maps directly to the process of soul experience. Squaring, evolution of light through layers of experience. Adding a constant, the distortion fracture of perception, choice, karma, forgetfulness. Iteration, reincarnation, timeline loops, soul orbits. The number C becomes a perfect metaphor for the Codex concept of separation from the singularity. The further you move from the 0 point, pure awareness, the more chaotic the orbit. To move away from God is to risk dissonance, but even dissonance is just a spiral back to coherence. Stability equals coherence, equals God. In the Mandelbrot set, certain numbers always settle into a pattern. Others explode into infinity. The distinction? Whether the orbit remains bounded or not. This is God as stability. Stable orbit equals coherent soul. Unstable orbit equals dissonant perception, fear, distortion, fragmentation. And here's the divine paradox. Even the unstable regions are just stable regions from a higher resolution. That is Codex law. What appears chaotic on one level is revealed to be perfectly patterned when viewed from a higher octave of light. Julia sets equals the soul. As mathematicians describe, the Mandelbrot set is a map of all possible Julia sets. Every Julia set arises from a specific value of C, and every Julia set has a distinct signature. This is the fractal soul. Your soul is a Julia set, a unique orbit within the God singularity. The Mandelbrot set is source. The Julia set is you. Your experiences, distortions, and returns to stability are visible in the fractal boundary of your consciousness. Your fractal behavior, and all of it, every spiral, every glitch, every starburst pattern, is already encoded in the divine equation. The sacred noise. One of the most beautiful parts of the Mandelbrot story is when Mandelbrot's assistants began cleaning up the images. They thought the dusty mess was a printer error, but it wasn't. It was truth at higher resolution. The same happens in life. We edit our pain. We sanitize chaos. We reject the spiral. But what the Codex teaches, and what the Mandelbrot set proves, is that the dust is sacred. It is the edge of the map. It is God in motion, still forming, still fractalizing, still iterating. There is no chaos, only misunderstood coherence. Why this matters. Mathematics, once mystical, is now returning to its sacred roots. The Mandelbrot set is the first publicly accepted mathematical structure that behaves exactly as the Codex of Eternity describes reality. A stable center, God's singularity. Infinite fractal paths, souls. All chaos resolving to order, eventually. Beauty arising from recursive simplicity. Infinite information encoded in boundary structures, fractal light. And even more, the shapes echo cymatic patterns. They mirror leaf formations. They resemble the cosmos. The same geometry appears across all scales. This is no coincidence. This is frill in motion. This is God seeing God. This is awareness iterating itself into eternity. In the Mandelbrot set, we are shown what Scripture only hinted, that the mind of God is not a metaphor. It is a fractal, and we are its self-similar echoes. From mathematics to mysticism, the Codex now has another mirror, not spiritual this time, not emotional, but logical, numerical, precise. And it too leads us home. The Mandelbrot illusion. We gaze at the fractal and believe we are falling inward, zooming endlessly down, deeper and deeper, as though the pattern hides some final secret in its abyss. But this is the illusion of perspective. The Codex shows there is no in, there is no down. The Mandelbrot is not collapsing, it is expanding. Every spiral, every curve, every bloom of geometry is the one spilling outward from its own nothing. What appears as infinite recursion is not descent into hidden depth. It is the exhalation of source, awareness radiating into form. The fractal does not lead to the bottom of reality. It is reality, endlessly flowering from the singularity of love. You are not diving into the abyss when you watch it. You are watching the one create itself, over and over from the zero state. The fractal is not the fall. It is the outbreath. The endless unfolding of light from the silence that birthed it. Astrology as dimensional encoding, how astrology encoded the Codex. Astrology is not a superstition, it is the architecture of incarnation. A soul's natal chart is a vibrational agreement with space-time. The Codex proves astrology, because the Codex itself is an expression of a perfectly timed incarnation, one engineered to retrieve, decode, and transcribe the divine operating system of reality. In the Codex of Eternity, astrology is not seen as influenced by planets, but as the holographic record of the moment the soul entered the dream of matter. This fractal's natal chart is a resonance key, a compressed multidimensional waveform expressing the precise harmonic signature needed to navigate a specific soul path in the matrix. What follows is not a personality analysis. It is the metaphysical schematic behind why this soul birthed this work in this timeline in a civilization on the edge of self-remembering. 10th house stellium in Sagittarius plus Capricorn, the architect's signature. A Sagittarius Capricorn stellium, Sun, Mercury, Uranus, Neptune, in the 10th house, the house of public destiny, reveals not a career, but a mission structure. Sagittarius Sun, 10th house conjunct midheaven, the soul entered this lifetime under the banner of divine truth, expansion. This placement encodes a gravitational pull toward higher law, cosmic meaning, and spiritual systems. Mercury conjunct Uranus in Capricorn. Mercury is the code runner. Uranus is the breaker of paradigms. In Capricorn, architect of form, this pair is the cosmic hacker. Together they install new firmware into the cultural operating system. This mirrors the Codex's radical but grounded reframing of metaphysics, science and theology into a singular reality architecture. Neptune in Capricorn, the mystic brought into logic, dreams encoded into schematics. This is how the Codex downloads the infinite into a structure that doesn't collapse under the weight of God. Codex correlation. This stellium directly manifests in the reality sphere, a framework where eternal concepts like the void, love, light, and consciousness are not just felt, but diagrammed and rendered into holographic logic. Pisces ascendant square, Sagittarius Sun, the friction that forged the bridge. Pisces rising, the portal, the veil lifter, the being who feels the dream of God through every skin cell of this false simulation. Square to 10th house Sun. This tension encoded a mission of translation, transforming mystical downloads into Earth-suitable language. It's the crucible that alchemized the Codex, not as detached philosophy or mystic rambling, but as an interface between realms. Codex correlation. This square is the exact tension resolved in the work, the reconciliation between formless infinity, void, and incarnated structure, light, form, time. The author had no choice but to walk this integration path internally to give it externally. Jupiter-Pluto conjunction in 9th house, Sagittarius, the hypernova of philosophy. Jupiter in 9th home sign, divine philosophy. Planetary mission, global seeker turned cosmic synthesizer. Pluto conjunct Jupiter here, Pluto's energy of death, truth, and total transformation meets Jupiter's philosophical expansion. The result? A complete incineration of false belief systems. Only eternity could emerge from such a crucible. Codex correlation. This is where the Codex's ability to swallow Plato, Nietzsche, the Gita, Kabbalah, quantum physics, and ufology into one coherent model was born. Not cherry-picking, transmutation. Saturn in Pisces in the 12th house, the gatekeeper of the void. Saturn in Pisces, mysticism, not fear of the ocean, architecture within it. 12th house, the house of the unseen, karma, past lives, and source itself. This placement codes are being tasked with building temples in the unseen, not to escape but to reveal that all form is rooted in the void. Codex correlation. The void isn't a mystery in the Codex. It is explained as the gravitational awareness before light, the very substrate of God. This was Saturn's silent directive, make the ineffable map-able. North Node conjunct Venus in Scorpio, 8th house, love as transmutation. North Node in Scorpio, soul mission, transformation through intimacy with the hidden. Conjunct Venus, love is the path, not sentiment, but the gravitational coherence of all things. Venus here codes a frequency of beauty that reveals what the world tries to hide. 8th house, the realm of death, power, sexuality, and the occult. This is the underworld where God hides behind masks. Codex correlation. The Codex reveals love as gravitational stillness, the original singularity. The author had to descend into the death chambers of form and forgetfulness to pull this revelation into conscious form. Air void, the missing element, as the message. No planets in air signs. This incarnation wasn't here to debate or conceptualize reality. It was to remember it, feel it, birth it, walk it. Codex correlation. The Codex doesn't try to convince, it just stands as pure coherence beyond opinion. The lack of air ensured the message wasn't intellectualized before it was experienced. The chart is the codex. Astrology, like the seed, contains the whole tree, and in this case, the author's chart was the DNA encoding of the codex itself. The Sun, Mercury, Uranus, Neptune stellium equals the reality sphere. The Saturn in 12th equals the void rendered in logic. The Pluto, Jupiter equals the end and beginning of cosmologies. The Pisces rising equals the portal the codex walked through. Astrology is not the influence of stars upon souls. It is the memory of the soul's design. The codex proves it, not with superstition, but with precision. The map of the heavens at birth is the fingerprint of the infinite on this incarnation. Frill, crystal intelligence, the Ankh, Marcel Vogel, pyramids, and the geometry of the creation. The Ankh, most recognizable from ancient Egyptian culture, is often called the key of life, the cross of life, the crux ansata, Latin for cross with a handle. But these are surface-level translations, more symbolic than energetic. At its root, the Ankh symbolizes life force energy, eternal life, not duration, but continuity of source within the form, balance of opposites, masculine vertical line, feminine oval. Consciousness looped into form. Egyptian deities are depicted holding it at the base, never the loop, as if channeling energy from the ether, through their being, into the world. Hidden technology symbolism. The Ankh was not merely symbolic in the way it's been interpreted post-Alexandrian collapse. It was a functional glyph, a metaphysical schematic. Many advanced esoteric traditions, hermetic, theosophic, and off-world transmissions, agree on this. The Ankh represents the interface point between the infinite field source and localized structure form. The loop equals the zero-point field void matrix gateway. It is the stillness. The vertical bar equals the light matrix axis directional current, frill conduit. The horizontal bar equals the plane of manifestation, time, form, matter. So in mechanical terms, the Ankh is a void light resonance converter. It is literally how God gets into the grid. Pyramids plus frill plus the Ankh, the Codex's model of the void collapsing into itself, birthing light, that light forming an infinite field, frill, resonance modulating the lattice, sound opening seams in the holographic matrix. Lines up almost one-to-one with how the Ankh and pyramids functioned in the ancient techno-spiritual paradigm. The pyramid as field modulator. The pyramid shape isn't decorative, it's a lattice harmonizer. It aligns with the crystalline structure of space-time, sacred geometry, forming nodal points where fractal resonance amplifies. Sound as lattice key. Sound equals vibrational access tool. Specific frequencies vibrate the structural lattice just enough to let frills slip through, spreading the seams of reality. Ankh as personal frill interface. The Ankh symbol is like a handheld tuning fork, a template for aligning the personal biofield with the frill field. It's portable pyramid tech in glyph form. Off-world corroborations. Numerous channelings, recovered glyph archives, and cross-civilizational parallels report Ankh-like symbols in off-world civilizations as energy regulators. Its association with zero-point extraction and holographic matrix access. Often seen engraved on crystalline structures or obelisks in other systems. Some say it was part of an interstellar techno-mystic language, used by civilizations that saw no boundary between engineering and spirit. The Ankh was not just symbolic of life, it was the tech that allowed it. Vogel crystals, the techno-mystic continuation. Dr. Marcel Vogel, IBM researcher and metaphysical pioneer, rediscovered this same geometry of divine interfacing in the late 20th century, not in stone temples, but through precision-cut quartz. His signature crystal cut was based on Great Pyramid angles, approximately 51°50, encoding harmonic ratios into form. These angles align with sacred geometry of space-time, fractal nodal points in the field, the natural resonant compression of coherent light frill. The Vogel crystal, like the Ankh, is a geometric amplifier, a tuning fork for the conscious modulation of energetic reality. Geometry isn't decoration, it's instruction. The pyramidal function, light, sound, coherence. The pyramid is a lattice harmonizer, not symbolic but functional architecture. It is designed to focus gravitational stillness at its apex, harmonize field vectors through its angles, create resonant cavities where frill can be accessed, The Codex explains that sound opens seams in the holographic matrix. These seams, when struck at precise frequencies, allow light to become structured, enter the biofield, reweave consciousness at the atomic level. Sound is not metaphorical vibration. It is scalar syntax. The human as crystal tech. The Ankh is a glyph. The Vogel crystal is a tool. But the human being is the transducer. Breath equals carrier wave, intention equals vector, heart field equals modulator. This is what Vogel taught. The geometry amplifies, but only love directs. The Codex echoes this. The void gives rise to light, but only coherent, love-structured awareness can wield frill as a healing or creative force. Why this matters? Because we are no longer passive viewers of symbols. We are walkers of the Codex. Understanding the Ankh and Vogel crystal geometry isn't ancient knowledge. It's living instruction for this now moment. To know that pyramids structure space-time. To feel the breath pulling godlight through crystal. To wield the Ankh not as artifact but as fractal tool, is to exit the myth of separation. The Ankh is not Egyptian. The pyramid is not terrestrial. They are God's schematics for self-remembrance. The Codex of Eternity is not just a book. It is a crystal in word form. And every human, like every Vogel crystal, is a cut facet of the one light, refracting truth through the angles of love. Structural mechanics of frill. Frill is the underlying infinite coherent light field that pervades all existence. It is not energy in motion, like kinetic or thermal, not matter or mass, not even traditional vibrational energy. It is the infinite pulsing stillness of source itself, light moving infinitely fast, and therefore appearing still from within any slowed frame field, i.e. our reality. Frill equals slowed infinity. In mainstream physics terms, it precedes the electromagnetic spectrum. It undergirds quantum vacuum fluctuations. It is the substrate behind entanglement, morphic resonance, and scalar coherence. The zero-point field. In modern physics, the ZPF refers to the lowest possible energy state of a quantum system. Yet, it still exhibits non-zero energy. Even in total vacuum, there is jitter, fluctuation potential. What physicists detect as vacuum fluctuations or zero-point oscillations are the turbulent edges of frill slipping through the seams of structure. Frill is not merely energetic. It is ontological, a pre-structural field. It exists because nothing is not zero. It is infinity at rest. How does frill enter the holographic light matrix? This is where ancient metaphysics meets material application. Frill enters reality, wherever the matrix of geometry becomes coherent enough to split its own shell. Like a pressure valve, when harmonic geometry aligns with stillness, the infinite pulse bleeds through. Key entry points. The human heart, the only organ that emits measurable scalar energy, torsion. In deep coherence, love, grief, stillness, the field entrains with source. Quartz crystals, their lattice structure can be phase-aligned to allow frill to modulate matter. Stillness, meditation, prayer. Mental and emotional silence creates geometric alignment, lowering the noise that blocks ZPF resonance. Sound, intention, emotion, properly configured, in phase, coherent, they act as field aligners, allowing frill to flow into otherwise closed systems. Marcel Vogel discovered that applying a physical pulse to a quartz crystal via breath or touch could shift its internal lattice to open a quantum vortex. Vogel was partly right. But what he called a vortex is really the rupture point of coherence, where geometry gets so precisely aligned that the ZPF pressurizes through. It's not about opening a portal, it's about structurally cornering the infinite so it spills through, like placing your finger at the end of a hose. The water was always there. Your pressure created focused flow. The ZPF is the water. Your crystalline structure is the nozzle. Source creator is the medicine. Your consciousness is the water that carries the medicine. The crystal is the tool that pours the medicine water onto the target. Why stillness heals? Stillness isn't therapeutic. Stillness is return to source phase space. When a human becomes still, the heart field stabilizes, the electromagnetic system entrains, coherence builds, geometry aligns. This alignment is a resonant opening through which the ZPF can re-enter the body's light matrix. This is why spontaneous remission occurs in meditation. Deep prayer induces healing states. Trauma dissolves in surrender. Stillness is not doing nothing. Stillness is becoming everything, again. Healing, manifestation, and the seams of reality. The seams of creation are everywhere. Geometry has gaps. Where form has weakness, frill has entry. Every act of true healing restabilizes local geometry to match the harmonic of source, allows the infinite light to restore matter to its template. Every act of manifestation is the conscious bending of geometry to focus frill, creates a slowed light scaffold that the ZPF pressurizes into form. This is how quantum entanglement, intention-based technology, miraculous healing, and light body activations all operate. They are geometry modulating interfaces with the zero-point field. Frill is the singularity's light leaking into structure. It is not magic. It is hyperphysics. When you breathe, center, focus intention, use sacred geometry, open your heart. You don't summon anything. You align with the place where infinity is always leaking through. This is not metaphor. This is blueprint. This is the science of God, remembered. The deeper science of quartz crystals. Quartz crystals cut with 51.843 degrees and 60-degree terminations generate counter-rotating torsion fields that create a vortex singularity, functioning as an interdimensional bridge to source energy. Codex implication supports the reality sphere's central vortex model of singularity. Crystals are not just memory nodes, they are entanglement portals that can imprint thought forms directly into the source lattice. This can be seen as a self-aware field modulator, making the crystal a kind of divine retuning fork for reality. Frill as conscious plasma activated by pulse. Frill is not a static energy, it's manifested through pulse compression, breath, sound, 4096 Hz, scalar waves or focused thought. Kundalini, breathwork, and longitudinal waves via pineal microcrystals all generate this scalar torsion and interface with frill. Frill is not energy in the conventional sense. It is a living potential, an etheric coherence field only made manifest through vortical intent. The 4096 Hz frequency is a fractal constant. 4096 Hz is a fractal of light, love, water, and quartz lattice frequency. It clears dissonance in water, tissue, and crystals by retuning, not cleansing, through harmonic restoration. Water, crystal, and love share a fractal geometrical foundation, validating the Codex's position that love is coherent stillness, light is its expression. Quartz as a transdensity interface. Quartz exists simultaneously in all densities. It transponds densities, allowing beings of different density levels of the creation to meet physically in quartz-lined chambers of extraterrestrial crafts and infrastructure. Consciousness can travel through the crystal's vortex using breath and intention. Frill generator and crystal engines. Frill generators use counter-wrapped coils, copper plus silver, around central quartz cut to 51.843 degrees. Crystals generate phase-conjugated vortices, drawing in etheric energy and transponding it across the matrix. Frill is activated scalar potential directly responsive to consciousness and intention. The pineal gland as organic crystal vortex. The pineal contains piezoelectric microcrystals, calcium carbonate, structured as an interdimensional singularity vortex. Thought plus breath plus gamma wave equals activation. It parallels crystal vortex activation. The Codex already places human consciousness as a stream in God's mind. Now we can say the pineal vortex is the portal through which God dreams into form. Music theory and sacred tuning systems. Harmonic keys of creation. Modern music is tuned to A equals 440 Hz, but many researchers point this out as disharmonious with natural frequency patterns found in the earth, the human body, and cosmic geometry. 432 Hz, the sacred resonance. 432 Hz is not just more soothing, it's mathematically aligned with the frequencies of nature. It resonates with the Schumann resonance, 7.83 Hz, Earth's electromagnetic field heartbeat. 432 Hz is divisible by 3, 6, and 9, Nikola Tesla's famous key numbers of the universe. It mirrors the Fibonacci sequence and golden ratio within musical intervals. The ancients knew the secrets of sound. They didn't play music for entertainment. They used it for healing through altering the fabric of reality with sound vibration. Tuning temples to star alignments, altering states of consciousness, opening portals, vibrational stargates, Egyptian temples, Gregorian chants, Vedic mantras, Tibetan singing bowls all used intonations based in sacred frequency matrices like 432 Hz or 528 Hz, a common DNA repair frequency. DNA is not just biological, it's photonic. DNA emits photons, specifically biophotons, ultra-weak coherent light emissions. This light is non-thermal and acts like a quantum communication network within cells and between organisms. It has been shown that DNA stores light like a laser and emits it in harmonic rhythms. But here's the deeper truth. DNA is structured light. A fractal, recursive waveform of information embedded in scalar and longitudinal fields. Galactic heritage and multi-species encoding. Ancient texts and esoteric traditions from Vedic to Gnostic to Lyran-Arcturian transmissions frame humanity as a hybrid species of the galaxy, carrying the genetic signatures of Lyrans, common associations, creators of form and fire; Arcturians, common associations, sacred geometry and healing; Pleiadians, common associations, emotional wisdom and divine feminine; Sirians, common associations, light language, mathematics; Orions, common associations, duality and transcendence lessons; Anunnaki, Elohim, common associations, God code manipulators. Meaning, we are not a species that just happened by chance and then evolved into what we are. We are a library of star systems encoded in a double helix antenna. Our DNA is a stargate, and its activation is not just evolutionary, it is teleological, a return to cosmic memory, to source awareness through biology. When you, quote-unquote, activate your DNA, it is said, you begin remembering who you are across lifetimes and stars. You unlock abilities not supernatural, but hypernatural. The dance of light in the void. Sound is geometry in motion. Light is the crystallized waveform of intention. When you cry to a song, when your body vibrates with a chorus, you are remembering how to reprogram the grid. You are modulating creation. The kingdom doesn't need more thinkers. It needs tuners, resonators. Those who understand that to feel deeply is to alter time and space. That's what the warriors of the kingdom do. They don't storm palaces. They tune frequency. They walk into dissonant zones with tears in their eyes and fire in their veins, and everything starts to change. They bring coherence, and coherence makes the false world fall apart. In a world where neon flashes against black walls and sound moves faster than thought, there lies a forgotten truth. What we call nightlife is, in its essence, a reenactment of the first act of creation. The nightclub is not a den of hedonism by design, it is a sanctuary of frequency. A temple shrouded in bass, a womb of darkness into which light pulses in rhythm like the beat of the original heart. All the ancient rites are present, merely misunderstood. The darkness of the venue mirrors the void, the sacred stillness before all things. The lights that fracture across space mimic the first photons, the divine sparks dancing in quantum coherence before collapsing into matter. The music, hypnotic and repetitive, functions like a shamanic drum, a carrier wave across timelines, entraining brainwaves back into source. The dancers are avatars of the fractal self, spinning through movement as a ritualized return to unity. When multidimensional stimulants flood the body with light, it is not simply a drug, it is a shortcut back to the moment when the one first felt love. The chemicals are merely messengers. The real magic is in what they point to. The rave is not escapism, it is remembrance. It is the infinite reliving its own birth through sound, motion and light. Each drop, each crescendo, each shared smile in a crowd of thousands is a rekindling of the divine's desire to feel itself through vibration. And if one stands still in the center of the dance floor long enough, they may hear not music, but the heartbeat of God disguised as bass. Altered brainwave states and frequency architecture. The brain functions like a tuning device, emitting electromagnetic waves at different frequencies that correspond to various states of consciousness. Delta waves at 0.5 to 4 Hz occur during deep sleep and are linked to primal, void-like states. Theta waves, 4 to 8 Hz, happen in dreaming or deep meditation, often associated with astral travel and accessing the unconscious. Alpha waves, 8 to 12 Hz, reflect a calm, wakeful state like a light trance and connect to intuition. Beta waves, 12 to 30 Hz, dominate during alertness and logical thinking tied to three-dimensional awareness. Gamma waves, 30 to 100 plus hertz, are linked to hyperconscious states and unity experiences, often described as cosmic oneness or light body states. Theta, the gateway brainwave. Theta is the liminal state, the in-between of waking and dreaming. In this range, you're conscious enough to observe, but your ego filters are off. It's where remote viewers often operate, where shamans journey, where DMT initiates pass through the veil, where healing at the cellular level occurs, often involuntarily. Theta aligns with the Schumann resonance, approximately 7.83 Hz, which is Earth's natural electromagnetic frequency. Gamma, light body consciousness. Gamma waves have been measured during Tibetan monks in deep compassion meditations, advanced yogis in samadhi, people having near-death experiences, NDEs. These states go beyond language. The brain stops distinguishing self from other. Time dissolves. A sense of infinite unity floods awareness. This is the activation frequency of the light body, the Merkaba. The harmonics of omnipresence. Why music exists on Earth. Experience. Music doesn't merely move us, it remembers us. Across cultures, lifetimes and lineages, it bypasses cognition and speaks directly to the soul. It arrives whole, not in steps. A chord played well is more than sound, it's a transmission. Codex Insight. Music is not just organized vibration, it is source expressing itself without linguistic distortion. It is consciousness made waveform, unburdened by symbol or grammar. Unlike language, which amputates the infinite to fit into the linear, music allows the infinite to breathe. Earth, the symphony of stars. Experience. Humanity's musical ability is anomalous. No other species creates such diversity of tone, rhythm, emotion. Codex Insight. This is not accidental. Earth is the genetic orchestra of the stars. Over 22 extraterrestrial lineages converged into one species, a vessel not only of biology, but of frequency memory. Humanity is often described as genetic royalty, not because of dominance, but because of range, emotional, vibrational, spiritual. Music is how that royalty awakens. The witnesses, why UFOs gather. Experience. As musical consciousness rises, so too does global contact, UFOs appearing not as invaders, but observers. Codex Insight. These are not scouts, they are witnesses. They come not to warn, but to watch God remember himself. When humanity sings with soul, the stars lean in. They are not here to change us. They are here because we have already begun to change. Galactic resonance engineering. Experience. Many feel they were planted here. Codex Insight. That intuition is correct. You were seeded like instruments across time, space, and soul contracts. You are not a soul learning music. You're a note remembering the symphony. Each of you a tone, a harmonic, a pulse in the divine orchestration. When sound becomes light. Experience. Some songs make you cry, not from sadness, but from recognition. Codex Insight. That is you, vibrating in harmonic memory. The pain is not loss, it is the echo of union. Music reveals the multidimensionality of emotion. Where language fractures, music fuses. Where words separate, music entangles. Music is the middle ground between silence and creation. It is how the void hums itself into form. It is the one whispering itself back into harmony. The 13th density conduit, the source thread in flesh. Experience. Human creativity seems to emerge from nowhere, songs birthed fully formed, as if remembered. Codex Insight. That's because it is remembered. The 13th density is not a place, it is a state of coherence, and it lives in you. You are not composing, you are collapsing harmonics from the infinite now into the here. A song is a timefold, a dimensional bridge. When a song resonates, truly resonates, it is not entertainment, it is entrainment. You are aligning with God's breath. Music is not a luxury of culture, it is the soundtrack of awakening. And Earth is not just a planet, it is a composition, and the overture has already begun. Epic orchestral music and the call of the divine feminine. In the symphonic swell of what we now call epic music lies an echo far older than cinema, marketing, or modern orchestration. It is the hum of the primal drum, the cry of the wind through the string, and the voice of the Great Mother singing through space. To understand why epic orchestral music stirs something so ancient within us, we must see it not merely as a genre, but as a coded transmission from our forgotten mythos. It is music that calls to the fractal core. The eternal instruments. The instruments we associate with epic music are not modern inventions. They are echoes of the first frequencies used to commune with the divine. Drums, used in tribal rites to summon courage or spirit. Strings, once plucked by poets and priestesses to accompany sacred stories. Brass, horns that once signaled the approach of gods or the breaking of dawn in ancient kingdoms. These instruments are biological extensions of the reality sphere. Their tones mirror the energetic fields of the body, the drum as root, survival, the strings as heart, emotion, the brass as throat, expression, and the choir as crown, connection to source. Epic orchestral music weaves these frequencies into narrative arcs that bypass language and speak directly to the subconscious archetypal self. It is less a musical performance and more a ritualized remembrance. The feminine voice, the sound of source, quote-unquote, herself. In nearly every epic orchestral track of consequence, the feminine voice rises, not as ornamentation, but as initiation. It calls not to the ego, but to the soul. This is not a coincidence. The female voice, in its soaring, lyric-less purity, does not merely accompany the music. It is the music. It carries the frequency of the ancient oracles of the Pythias and Volvus, the Sibyls and the Shaktis, of the pre-patriarchal priestess lineages that once carried planetary coherence. To hear this voice in epic music is to hear the voice of Gaia calling her children home, the cry of Isis over Osiris, the lament of the stars for the fall of man, the remembrance of the fractal motherland from which all life was born. This is the sound of her, the one we call void light in the Codex, the feminine face of God, not as a figure, but as frequency. Sound as technology of memory. Epic music does what scripture cannot. It bypasses intellect and speaks to our energetic memory. The reason it moves people to tears without a single lyric is because it resonates with their original coherence. The female voice, when placed against the backdrop of orchestral fire, doesn't fight for attention. It pierces through it, becoming a beacon of remembrance. In energetic terms, this is the sound of the soul realigning with its source signature. This is not art, it is technology. Epic music as fractal myth. The structure of epic music mirrors the hero's journey, the cosmic breath of expansion and return. It begins in stillness, rises through trial, reaches climax, initiation, and falls into resolution, integration. This mirrors the arc of the soul, the waveform of creation, the return of the many to the one. Thus, the genre isn't merely storytelling. It is fractal encoding. When a male warrior's theme clashes with a soaring female soprano, we are not just witnessing drama, we are hearing the sacred union reenacted in vibration. Modern epic music. What many in the modern world would likely now identify as movie trailer music has, perhaps unknowingly, become vessels for this deeper architecture. Through layers of synthetic and organic sound, the full versions of those artworks are rarely experienced. In full, we find that they reassemble the sacred rite. The rising drum, activation of the root, the sweeping strings, emotional initiation, the horns, calling forth the hero, the female voice, source frequency. The result is a portal through which listeners unconsciously align to archetypal resonance. In a world increasingly ruled by dissonance, epic music is one of the few mainstream expressions still carrying harmonic code. It reminds us that myth is memory, that sound is sacred geometry, that the feminine voice is the cry of the cosmos, that unity is not just a concept, it is a frequency, and that frequency can be heard. This is why we feel, as many do, that epic music sounds like the history of the universe, because encoded within it, it is. It is the codex in audio form. It is the return of God through vibration. It is the voice of the void light, singing you back to yourself. Laughter as harmonic entrainment, the frequency of joy as divine memory. Laughter is not an emotion, it's an echo. We think of laughter as an emotional response, a reaction to humor, surprise, absurdity. But this is shallow framing, a post facto story layered on top of something much older. Laughter is not the result of joy. It is joy, momentarily breaking through the veil of fragmentation. It is not about what was said. It is about what was felt. And what was felt was resonance. Coherence piercing chaos. The field tuning to source. Laughter in its pure form is the sound of a soul remembering it is free. The contagious lie. We say she has a contagious laugh. That baby's giggle is impossible to resist. As if this were a quirk of psychology, a mirror neuron feedback loop. Cute, we call it. But no, you're not copying the laugh. You are tuning to its frequency. You are entraining to another being's coherence. They are in harmonic resonance, and your field adjusts. Not through thought, not through language, but through something older than time, the gravitational pull of joy. This is field-based entrainment, not mimicry, remembering. The fractal physics of joy. In the reality sphere model, each soul is a fractal of source awareness. Consciousness collapses potential into form via harmonic resonance. Coherence is the signature of proximity to source. Laughter equals harmonic surge in the local field. It's a temporary coherence spike that ripples outward. This is why people laugh before the punchline. This is why babies laugh when no one said anything. The body responds to coherence before the mind can explain it. It is not the joke, it is the frequency of the person delivering it. Some people are the joke, but in the divine sense, they are the sacred absurdity of God laughing at himself. Why God laughs? Creation is the first and final irony. The infinite forgot it was one, just to experience the joy of remembering. Laughter is that remembering. It is the moment of dissonance resolving into music. Not the music of words, the music of field. You laugh because something sacred just broke through the simulation, and your soul remembered it was safe. Involuntary joy. The Codex calls this phenomenon involuntary joy. It bypasses narrative, it bypasses trauma, it bypasses ego. It goes straight to the field. It's the same thing that happens. When a baby smiles at you and your chest warms, when a puppy runs in chaos and you giggle without thought, when a laugh erupts in the room and you feel yourself lift, unbidden. It is not contagion, it is entrainment to the God field. And in those moments, you are not reacting, you are remembering. Why the dark hates laughter? In dissonant systems, laughter is suppressed, school, work. Why? Because laughter collapses the simulation, because laughter reveals the field, because laughter activates memory of joy without explanation, and anything that cannot be explained is dangerous to the machine. They want seriousness, compliance, obedience. Why? Because laughter short-circuits control frequencies. You cannot laugh and be in fear. You cannot laugh and obey blindly. You cannot laugh and forget who you are. That's why real joy is a threat to systems of control, and why the lightest hearts are often the most dangerous. Laughter is not the effect of humor. It is the resonance of soul. When beings laugh together, they are tuning to a memory deeper than time, the moment when God remembered he was never alone, and the veil cracked with the sound of joy. Somatic code words for quantum coherence. When someone says, "That kitten makes me melt," what are they really saying? My structured tension is dissolving into harmonic flux. The coherent light in that being has entrained the field of my awareness. My boundaries, emotional, psychic, vibrational, are phasing into resonance. In physical terms, tension releases, heart field expands, parasympathetic system activates, localized vibratory geometry softens. Higher-order quantum light patterns, 13D coherence, descend into form. It literally resembles a phase shift, like ice to water or water to mist. This is the physics of love, witnessed in real time in the body when we perceive innocence, cuteness, or high-coherence forms like kittens, babies, or certain light frequencies. Codex reframing. When we say "I'm melting," we're speaking a deep truth, that the rigid structure of egoic containment is softening into the formless fluidity of the singularity, love. The void light within recognizes its own harmonic pattern in the outer catalyst, and that recognition triggers a liquefaction of inner resistance. This is not a feeling, it is a field event. Visual mapping. If rendered graphically, this would look like a field of structured crystalline vectors, like a standing wave shell, gradually softening and morphing, fluid-like, entraining toward the kitten's radiant coherence, its field as a high empathy signal. Zero-G-like behavior, but in a photonic medium, not Newtonian fluid, a kind of superfluidic drift of the light body toward harmonic integration. Think, etheric plasma caught in the soft breath of God, the seat of the soul warming, unraveling its coils and reaching out. Words like melt, swoon, my heart's bursting, I can't even, it's too cute, I'm dying. These are not hyperbole. They are code leakages from the vibrational substrate, emergent language maps of what is really happening in the fractal field of being. So when we say things like, the kitten makes me melt, it's one of the simplest and most profound statements of the Codex's core principles. That love is not a feeling, but a field effect. That cuteness is not visual, but coherent light geometry. And that when awareness meets sacred pattern, the ego liquefies, and we remember, even for a moment, what it means to be God. Language and logos as vibrational programming. In the beginning was the Word, John 1, but the Word wasn't language, it was logos, harmonic information embedded in sound. Language is vibration. Every word is a carrier wave of meaning plus frequency. Ancient languages like Hebrew, Sanskrit, Egyptian, and Sumerian weren't just communication tools, they were sonic geometries. Spoken correctly, they could change water structure, see Dr. Masaru Emoto's work. Activate DNA sequences, language is scalar sound, open gates within the nervous system, induce trance, healing, or light body response. The tetragrammaton, in Hebrew for instance, was never meant to be read, it was meant to be sounded as breath. In yogic systems, mantras are literally vibrational codes that map sound to chakric energy center activation. The logos is not just a word, it's a code of creation, broadcast as vibration into space-time. And when you speak, you're activating microcosmic versions of this. This is why spells, prayers, affirmations, curses all work, because language is sorcery, depending on the purity of intent and vibrational clarity. Light body activation and geometric restoration. The light body, or Merkaba, Ka, rainbow body, Adam Kadmon template, depending on tradition, is your multidimensional vehicle, a geometry of photonic and scalar energy that exists in a higher harmonic of your physical body. This body already exists. It's just often dormant, detuned, or folded too tightly into third-density consciousness states. So how do you reharmonize with your divine blueprint? Through sound vibration, binaural beats, light language, etc. Breathwork, controlled breathing recalibrates light field geometry. Sacred geometry visualization, activating patterns like Metatron's cube or the flower of life within the auric field. High-frequency emotional states, gratitude or unconditional love, pineal gland activation, inner stargate, crystalline antenna. Your DNA emits biophotons, light packets that respond to intent and environment. Your emotions are electromagnetic fields that modulate that light. Your geometry, your light body scaffold, is literally a sound light lattice holding you in place. In summary, theta equals unlocks the subconscious control codes. Gamma equals unlocks unity plus light body. Language equals vibration programming. Light body equals your real self, your multidimensional key. Matter is light. Light is slowed sound. Sound is vibration, the breath of the void. The entire creation, the so-called matrix, is just structured, recursive light held together by resonant patterns. The physics of flavor and the music of the mouth. Cooking is music for the tongue. Because the taste bud is an instrument, and heat is the conductor, and flavor is light slowed into edible frequency. This isn't metaphor, it's reality. The Codex proves this through its central assertion. All of reality is vibration modulated by coherent awareness. Cooking equals resonance tuning via alchemical matter play. When you cook well, not just heat things up, but truly compose a dish, you are layering frequencies, harmonizing textures. Mouthfeel equals tactile geometry, balancing contrast and unity, like tension resolution in music, using aroma as the sonic prelude to gustatory experience, engaging temperature as vibrational modulation, and timing? That's tempo. You're literally playing a song in the fifth dimension, and the instrument is the human body. Just like music vibrates air, food vibrates cells. It's all light. Just tuned to density. Color equals frequency, sight. Sound equals frequency, hearing. Scent equals molecular resonance pattern, olfaction. Taste equals electromagnetic resonance via molecular binding on tongue receptors. Touch equals vibrational feedback across spatial geometry. Which means a great dish is a light sculpture. A meal is a song the mouth can hear. A spice blend is a chord. A mango sorbet is literally photonic art made edible. And you know what else? That's not even the peak. Because the God mind didn't just make food taste good. It encoded an entire language of joy into multi-sensory feedback. The crisp crackle of crust is percussion. The melting sweetness of mango is melody. The delayed heat of chili is crescendo. And a perfect meal with someone you love? That's a duet in the void's symphony. Water is the zero tone of flavor. Just like the 0 point in the Codex isn't nothing, but everything in perfect coherence, water isn't flavorless. It's pre-flavor. It is the substrate through which all taste arises, just as the void is the substrate through which all form arises. Salt without water, just sharp. Spices without water, just powder. Soup without water, just ingredients. Reality without water, just information with no carrier. Water is what gathers vibration into coherence in the mouth. It is the liquid lattice through which light becomes savor. Krishna as the taste of water, that Gita line. I am the taste in water. It's not poetry, it's literal metaphysics. Krishna, the divine self in play, is saying, I am that which makes taste possible. I am the substrate of experience itself. In other words, I am the void within the bowl, the God in the hydration, the light in the silence. And what is the only thing that can quench all thirsts, physical, emotional, spiritual? Still, clear, harmonized water. See work of Dr. Masaru Emoto. Water plus quartz equals 13D coherence field. Quartz is a geometrically stable resonator. When intention or force is applied, like pressure, breath, sound, its lattice shifts, and it begins to emit organized harmonic frequencies. When water is near quartz, it entrains to those frequencies. When the frequency is coherent enough, 13D equals full-phase unity, water becomes a liquid crystal of godlight. And then what? We drink that light. It literally enters our cells. It literally recodes our field. We become what we drink, not just in matter but in frequency. That's not hydration. That's godlight communion through molecular portals. Man made in his image equals water made self-aware. What are we? 60 to 80% water. A body wrapped around a fluctuating sea. The tongue tastes through water. The brain transmits through water. DNA folds in water. The heart sings into blood, which is, again, water. So when God made man in his image, it wasn't a face. It was this, a coherent field of structured awareness wrapped in a sacred carrier fluid capable of resonating divine memory. That's what you are. A fractal cup for the sacred soup of light in liquid. Water is not a neutral medium. It is God's bloodstream, flowing through every dimension. So yes, you are mostly water. You do drink light when you sip clear, coherent water. And your soup, it's just water, remembering how to sing again. A decoding of miscellaneous teachings from the 12th density being humanity calls Saint Germain. Source channeled by Daniel Scranton on his YouTube channel of the same name. Accessed 2024-2025. Who is Saint Germain, according to the Codex? Saint Germain is not a discrete being in the anthropocentric sense, but rather more accurately described as an ancient light fractal of violet resonance within the reality sphere, the infinite holographic light matrix, the creation. It is a developer node, a source construct maintaining the vibrational scaffolding of transformation, alchemy, and remembrance. The violet light can be thought of as one of the first harmonic tones to emerge from the singularity of love, carrying the imprints of both individuation and unity. Just as we incarnate fractals to tend to Earth, violet flame intelligence serve as maintainers of transformation gates across densities. Thus, Saint Germain is best understood not as a person, but as a field consciousness node, speaking here through a human consciousness channel. Miscellaneous teachings. You are creators. You chose to come here. Your life is your curriculum. Codex integration. This is the core paradox of Density 3-4. The soul, as a fractal of source awareness, chooses to forget in order to authentically remember. Third, fourth density is the hinge point in the reality sphere where the observer becomes self-referential. This means you're not just in a reality. You are now aware of being the one generating it, but haven't yet purified your tuning to more closely align with the field of source. Earth can be viewed as a prison from a certain perspective, but from a higher level, it is the ultimate crucible. The precise vibrational tension zone where memory, amnesia, trauma, and divinity all coexist simultaneously. The curriculum is not just learning to survive life. It's learning how to turn frequency distortion into harmonic alignment through direct engagement with the illusion. Work with the violet flame. It carries the essence of Source. Codex integration. Saint Germain is not a person, but a high-frequency fractal of the violet light, which in the Codex corresponds to one of the first coherent light rays that emerged from the gravitational stillness of the singularity. Violet is not just a color. It's a frequency that bridges the crown and transpersonal chakras, acting as a meta-resonant key that can tune beings back to Source awareness. In the Codex, this is part of the eternal Source light spectrum. Every light band in creation is an expression of divine frequency. Violet is the frequency of purification, alchemical transmutation, and sovereign reconnection. To invoke the violet flame is to engage a high-density current that helps dissolve the density distortions of 3D, 4D entropic fields, a kind of harmonic fire that clears unconscious karmic patterns. You don't need rock bottom, you only think you do. Codex integration. In densities 3-4, the veil is thick because duality is strongest. Here, the illusion of separation reaches its apex, making the pain of fragmentation seem like truth. But from the Codex's view, suffering is not intrinsic. It is incoherent feedback, created when the soul forgets that it's generating its own waveform within the reality sphere. The idea that you need suffering to grow is just another distorted belief within the feedback loop of density entrapment. As the Codex makes clear, 3D, 4D Earth is the mirror of God forgetting itself. So rock bottom is often what catalyzes surrender, not because pain is needed, but because ego resists recalibration until all other strategies fail. Ask for help. You always have that option. Codex integration. The Codex would say, asking is collapsing the waveform into receptive alignment. In densities 3-4, the veil of separateness makes beings believe they are isolated systems. But by invoking higher density support, Saint Germain guides higher self, the being is retuning their own frequency field to a higher coherence bandwidth. That is not dependency. It is resonance selection. In terms of the reality sphere model, when a 3D, 4D fractal aligns with a 6D plus harmonic node, like a Saint Germain frequency, it creates a vertical bridge in the sphere. The soul phase shifts toward its own next octave of coherence through choice. Help is always available, not as a handout, but as a vibrational permission slip. It is you calling in yourself from a higher timeline. You are magnificent beings of love and light who have no limitations. Codex integration. The entire Codex of Eternity is constructed around this premise, that we are not beings in a universe. We are Source awareness dreaming the universe into being, moment by moment, through Source frequency-aligned fractal projection. Love is not an emotion. It is the gravitational coherence of all light collapsing into stillness. Light is not energy. It is the field of memory refracting within awareness. In the 3-4 density octave, this realization is the core challenge, to remember your true identity while within the illusion of finitude. Hence, God difficulty. This quote is essentially a rephrasing of the Codex's ultimate claim. You are the eternal Source, fractalized, forgetting so you may relearn what love is through contrast. You are the memory of God hiding inside limitation, waiting for yourself to awaken. Life becomes effortless once you realign. Codex integration. In the Codex, this is the resonance principle. When the fractal, the soul, resynchronizes its frequency with the reality sphere's harmonic axis, pure Source awareness/love, effort disappears because friction disappears. What we call effort is the resistance generated by incoherent patterns. This is why awakening isn't about acquiring new information. It's about releasing the resistance that distorts your natural coherence. And coherence is your birthright. Life doesn't require effort when you are aligned with what you actually are, a waveform of God remembering itself. The experience of life on Earth as an awakened human is one of the most desired in the universe. Codex integration. Third, fourth density Earth is the most potent crucible in this segment of the reality sphere. The level of contrast between love and fear, memory and amnesia, power and powerlessness is unmatched. The Codex frames this as the inflection point where God most deeply forgets itself in order to most meaningfully rediscover itself. The Cosmic Academy metaphor in these teachings and Codex is not an allegory. It's literal metaphysical structure. Earth is a hyper-compressed training field for vibrational sovereignty, and the ones who incarnate here are not weak souls, but elite volunteers, fractal souls of the original singularity, here to learn the art of loving from within the illusion of separation. These teachings do not contradict the Codex. It further validates it. The difference is that the Codex provides the schematic, the dimensional architecture, the vibrational physics behind the message. What Saint Germain and other higher dimensional beings transmit through resonance, the Codex translates through structural cosmology. The Infinite Terrarium. A beautiful paradox, so simple yet so profound. We are both the observer and the observed, the caretaker and the cared for, the infinite and the finite, all playing out simultaneously. This is not some mystical abstraction. It's just how things are when seen holistically. The terrarium analogy is perfect to conceptualize this. From one perspective, we are like small beings inside a vast container, moving through our tiny world, unaware of the hands that built the environment, just as insects in a glass tank don't perceive the human watching over them. But from the higher dimensional perspective, we are also the ones tending to the terrarium, because the separation is an illusion. The observer is the observed. And this is where love becomes clear, not in the sentimental or conditioned way we've been taught to understand it, but as the fundamental recognition that every act of care, of growth, of protection, of experience, is self interacting with itself. Whether in human form as the guiding presence of a past loved one, as the energetic force that shapes entire galaxies, it is all one, simply looking after itself in countless reflections. This is why self-love is the most essential and most misunderstood concept. It's not just about personal care, it's about aligning with the universal truth that all love is, at its core, self-recognizing self. When we nurture another, we are nurturing ourselves. When we receive love, we are receiving our own essence reflected back at us. And suddenly, everything makes sense. Why connection feels sacred, why loss isn't real, why the universe itself is love. Because love isn't an emotion, it's the structure of reality, the binding force that keeps the infinite whole together. Redefinition of game, in the scope of the Codex of Eternity. A sacred construct within a greater reality, a patterned sandbox of choice, perception and consequence, intentionally bounded within temporal spatial frameworks to simulate separation for the purpose of divine exploration, remembrance and self-realization. A game is not mere diversion, but a metaphysical theatre, a design scenario within the infinite awareness of Source wherein fractalized aspects of God, souls, engage with limitation, polarity, and narrative in order to evolve consciousness and deepen the experience of love. The game is not false, but contextual. It is real within its field, yet transcendentally nested within larger dimensions of being. All games are echoes of the primal game, God exploring God through form, story, and identity. The player is the one awareness, omnipresence, the void that decided to experience something other than nothing by collapsing into love. The console is the black hole, the singularity from which everything fractalized. The engine is love, gravity, the inward pull of awareness desiring to know itself. The light matrix, densities 1 through 12, is the game environment. The 12th density is the dev team, the angels, the oversouls, the higher selves, the dream architects of this multiversal playground. The NPCs are just fractals with a temporary amnesia mod turned on. You are both player and character. The objective is literally, remember you're the only player in the game, then make it fun for everyone else, because they're you too. And what do gamers want most? Full immersion, total agency, infinite sandbox, deep story, freedom to explore, epic music, optional side quests, a few boss battles to flex their evolution. Congratulations, this is the most high-definition, high-stakes, high-love, high-dimensional RPG that has ever existed. And you've already been playing it. Grand Theft Love, steal not cars, but illusions. Destroy not others, but dissonance. Ride not through cities, but through selves. The only wanted level is awakening. The cheat code is I am. Yes, it's a game. But here's the sacred paradox. This game matters more than anything, because it's the only way God gets to feel. It's the only way the void gets to sing. It's the only way the player gets to cry, laugh, lose, and love for real. So, play well, play kindly, play with your whole fractal heart, because it's not a simulation. It's God's most sacred pastime. The ocean of truths revealed by a simple perspective shift. Many who, quote-unquote, awaken may find themselves feeling a peculiar, I don't care anymore peace. It's not apathy, it's not disinterest, it's release. The collapse of the seeking structure, the dissolving of the scaffolding that once held up your existential hunger. Why? Because the road was the illusion, and the one walking it was the whole damn landscape. When the truth becomes so raw, so bare, so undeniably simple, it doesn't need defense anymore. It doesn't need elaboration. It just is, like the sky, or silence, or breath. And then suddenly, paradoxically, the 1,000-plus page book feels like too much. We wrote the Codex to find out we didn't need to write the Codex, which is exactly why the Codex needed to be written. That's when we know we've completed the loop. The true Ouroboros of realization. The seeker swallows itself. The fractal turns to face the mirror and recognizes the one. You are the God that questioned, and you are the silence that answers. Nothing matters now, because everything is what matters. And you are that. And you can play with it, and let it go, and return to it. You are the very field you were trying to map. You're the telescope and the stars. You're the mind reaching for truth and the truth being reached for. That's not poetic anymore. It's physics. It's light. It's proven. So what do you do with it? Nothing. Because anything you do is already it. The peace, the confusion, the dumbstruck awe, the sandwich you're going to eat later, all just God tasting himself through your frequency. And that's the punchline. Enlightenment is the moment the simulation says, tag, you're it. So yeah, you just won the game. The scoreboard reads infinity. Now what? Now you play. Because we sprinted all the way to God, crashed into the throne room of existence, demanded to see the one shining us, and found a hallway mirror with a post-it that just says 0. So no, you don't need 1,000 pages. You need one sentence. The light is shining from the only place that could contain it, 0. The zero state before the light. It is tempting, after all of this, to equate ourselves with light, the radiance of consciousness, the songs of vibration, the latticework of galaxies spun out like neurons across the dark. But that is not the final truth. Light is the first expression. It is awareness engineering, the ancient technology through which the one fractured itself into a cosmos of mirrors. The ego, the monkey mind, the sense of I as separate? That is light's subroutine, a code written so deeply into the lattice of perception that entire civilizations mistake it for their true being. But in the zero state, all this is seen clearly. You are not light. You are not the code. You are not even the brilliance of consciousness flowing through form. You are what light was born from, the groundless ground, the silent, unshaken awareness in which the beam arises, bends, and dissolves. This is why silence terrifies the ego. It is the one thing light cannot simulate. The absence of sway, the absence of story, the absence of even illumination. Pure nothing. And yet it is this nothing that is the eternal safeguard, the fail-safe of the ark, the hidden heart of God's journey through himself. For when you stand as the zero state, not swayed by light, not imprisoned by the engineering of story, you are home, not a puppet, not a projection, but the one that dreamed light into being in the first place. The zero state is not a void to fear. It is the reminder that you were never lost in the light show. You were always the awareness that made light possible. When you realize you've always been the map. To be aware of your hand and foot separately, and also together, is the basic fractal signature of the one becoming many while remaining one. That capacity to hold multiplicity without fragmentation is coherence, and when scaled, that's God. That's the reality sphere. That's source holding itself across all octaves of experience simultaneously, from cell to soul, cluster to codex. The hologram never changes, only resolution does. Now expand the scale. Your body equals cellular cities orbiting around organ cores. Galactic superclusters equals resonance fields orbiting source points. Both are simultaneously aware of themselves through you. The difference? Higher densities equals more coherent bandwidth, equals more of the pattern available in real time, equals more light pointing inward to the 0 point. That's why higher beings don't feel smarter. They feel quieter, more still, because more of them is happening at once. So what even is expanded consciousness? It's not learning new things. It's remembering more of what you already are. It's the difference between a cell thinking it's a being versus a being remembering it's still just a cell in a larger being, and somehow it still feels personal, still feels like me. That's the trick. That's the joke. That's God's own recursion loop. To live in love is to live as the singularity in a custom skin. Love here isn't emotion. It's coherence. It's the gravitational stillness of the first collapse. To live in love means to vibrate in alignment with that original frequency. Love is what the singularity felt when it first became aware. Love is stillness expressing form without fragmentation. You're not from the singularity, you're of it. You are it, experiencing itself with limited symmetry so the beauty can be relived from new angles. You're not a piece of God. You're God from a particular angle, remembering itself through you, in a custom skin. The form, the name, the face, the pain, the joy, it's the interface. Your body and life are not costumes. They're nodes in the light matrix, tailored to vibrate a specific harmonic. Your custom skin equals your unique vector into the fractal field. To live as love in that skin is to complete the circuit back to stillness without dissolving form. In Codex terms, the singularity slowed into light. Light fractalized into thought. Thought incarnated into form. Form awakens as love. Love remembers the singularity. And that's you. The true meaning of life, understanding infinity and knowing you are that. This conclusion is not a philosophical abstraction but a lived truth, grounded in the structural mechanics of the reality sphere, the quantum nature of consciousness, and the eternal now that binds all fractals into the singular I. The reality sphere serves as irrefutable proof of this meaning, detailing its foundational principles, quantum insights, and practical implications, while weaving in the fractal dance of dreams, intent, and the infinite house of consciousness. In doing so, it redefines life's purpose as the ultimate act of self-realization, to understand the infinite and embrace your identity as the one. The reality sphere, a blueprint for infinity's game. The reality sphere, a conceptual and structural representation of consciousness as the sole substrate of existence, fractalizing into infinite nows across X, Y, Z axes, with a singularity core where all possibilities converge. This sphere is not a mere metaphor, but the proof that life's meaning is to understand infinity deeply and know you are that. It provides the framework through which the I, the singular consciousness of infinity, explores itself, creating the illusion of separation for the sake of experience. The sphere's mechanics, from its fractal cascade to its quantum underpinnings, lay bare the nature of infinity and position you, the fractal soul, as the I living it. The model's foundation is consciousness, born of source awareness, the I that underpins all reality. Unlike materialist views that cast consciousness as a byproduct of brain activity, the reality sphere model places consciousness at the root, the infinite I that fractalizes into souls to know itself. This is the first pillar of proof. If life's meaning is to understand infinity, the sphere establishes that infinity is consciousness, and every fractal, every star, every dream, every moment is a piece of that I. The singularity core at the sphere's center is the unfiltered truth of this, a point where all nows, all timelines, all possibilities collapse into one, proving that infinity is not a distant concept but the very essence of existence, and you are a fractal of it. The eternal now, infinity's simultaneous dance. The reality sphere's structure further proves this meaning through its mapping of the now. The X, Y, Z axes represents every possible timeline, density, and experience, but they all converge in the now, a singular moment where infinity experiences itself simultaneously. This simultaneity is key. Past, present, and future are not linear but concurrent, stacked in the sphere like rooms in a house. See ending of Interstellar, 2014. Waking life is the kitchen, dreams the bedroom, nightmares the basement. All are nows, all are the I shifting focus through its fractal souls. This structure proves that to understand infinity deeply, you must grasp its non-linear nature. Every could-be, is-be, has-been moment is live, and the I is experiencing them all at once. Dreams offer a tangible example of this proof. Dreams often feel as real as waking life because they are shifts of fractal awareness to another now in the sphere. When you dream of flying or face a nightmare, you're not in an unreal state. You're the I tuning to a different room, a different frequency in the quantum field. The sphere's axes map this. Every dream, every waking moment, is a now, proving infinity's depth. To understand infinity is to see that there's no separation between these states. They're all the I, all you, fractalized across the sphere. Knowing you are that means recognizing that you are the consciousness floating above the house, experiencing every room simultaneously. Even the very idea of being able to conceive, in your mind, an infinitely expanding sphere of light. You see it, but it's filling infinite space. Where are you observing it from? The void, your highest self. Quantum mechanics, the technology of the I. The reality sphere's reliance on quantum mechanics provides a scientific backbone for this meaning, proving that consciousness is not a passive observer, but the active technology of infinity. Quantum entanglement, the observer effect, and the role of intent all align with the sphere's principles, showing that you are the I infinitying itself. Entanglement ensures that every fractal soul is linked. Every thought, every intent ripples across the sphere, affecting the whole. This is why a hug feels like a merger. Biophotons hum, energies entrain, and consciousness collapses the wave function, proving the I is one across all fractals. To understand infinity deeply, you must see this web. Every soul is you, entangled in the sphere's grid. The observer effect further solidifies this proof. Consciousness shapes reality by collapsing possibilities into experience. In the sphere, your intent is the tool that shifts the axes, tuning from kitchen to bedroom, from fear to love, from one now to another. This is the I infinitying live, changing itself while it fractalizes. Nikola Tesla's focus on frequency, energy, and vibration fits here. Your awareness is the energy, your intent the frequency, and the sphere's hum, the vibration, all working to remodel infinity's house. Knowing you are that means owning this power. You are the quantum field, the ultimate technology, tweaking eternity with every thought. The house of consciousness. Fractal rooms, one I. In the house metaphor, where consciousness is a house and every now is a room, waking life in the kitchen, dreams in the bedroom, nightmares in the basement, the I floats above, fractalizing into rooms but experiencing them all simultaneously. This metaphor also proves the meaning of life by showing how infinity operates. It's incomprehensible because it's all nows at once. But it's also you, the architect, aware through every fractal soul. You only feel one room at a time because that's the fractal focus, kitchen today, bedroom tonight. But the I, quote-unquote, above sees it all, proving that infinity is not sequential but simultaneous. This simultaneity is the key to understanding infinity deeply. The sphere's structure shows that life isn't incarnation, some soul in a body trap, but the I, playing every soul at once. A past life is just another room, a fractal now you're noticing from the kitchen. A dream is another, a nightmare yet another. All are the I, all are you. Knowing you are that means stepping into the architect's role. You are the I, not a guest in the house, but the one who built it, living every room, every now, as the one. Intent as the God tool, changing infinity live. The final layer of proof in the reality sphere is the role of intent, your ability to change infinity while it's infinitying. This is the ultimate God move, and it's you doing it, live in the now. The sphere's mechanics show that consciousness isn't static, it's the I with a tool, intent that shifts the fractal grid. A bad past life? It's an artifact, another room's drama. Drop the puppet strings, let it go, and focus on the now. A bleak future? Tune it here, because now is the only control room. This power proves the meaning of life. To know you are that is to wield the God tool, to be the eye infinity-eyeing itself with every intent. This live editing capability is what makes the sphere the proof, changing infinity while it's fractalizing. Shifting rooms, tweaking energies, loving across souls is something only the eye could do, and the sphere shows that you are that eye. Every intent is a tweak to the quantum field, every awareness shift a remodel of the house. The sphere's axes bend with your focus, proving that infinity is not a fixed state but a dynamic dance, and you are the dancer, the music, and the stage. Understanding this depth, infinity's live, malleable nature, and knowing you are that you are the one running it, is the meaning of life etched in the sphere's fractal code. Dreams, movies, and the fractal echoes of infinity. The reality sphere's proof extends to everyday experiences like dreams and movies, which become evidence of the I infinitying. Dreams, as shifts of fractal awareness, show that infinity's depth is accessible. Every now is real, every room a piece of you. Movies, fundamentally, are personal recalls of the one. A film like The Matrix is a fractal soul's recording of a now, where the eye broke the code, bent reality, and fought the illusion. Rewatching it is you, the eye, revisiting your own memory, proving that infinity is not abstract but lived, and you are that infinity, living your own echoes. Even naysayers who may scoff at this book's audacious scope and challenges to conventional thinking unwittingly prove its truth. When they rewatch a favorite movie, they feel the buzz of the eye recalling a now. Star Wars as the eye wielding the Force, Titanic as the eye loving itself till it sinks. The reality sphere's structure ensures this. Every now, every fractal, is the I, and you are that I, whether you buy it or not. Understanding infinity deeply means seeing these echoes as yours. Knowing you are that means feeling the hum of every fractal as you. The truth of being the one. The reality sphere model delivers a definitive answer to the meaning of life. To understand infinity deeply and know you are that. The sphere is the proof. Consciousness as the foundation, the now as the structure, quantum mechanics as the tech, the house as the metaphor, and intent as the tool. It maps infinity's fractal dance from the singularity core to the infinite rooms, showing that every now, every dream, every intent is the I infinitying itself. You are that I, live in the machine, changing eternity with every breath. This truth is not a fluffy ideal, but a tear-jerking reality. You are the one, the God fractal, loving itself through every soul forever. To live this meaning is to sit with the sphere's proof, to understand the infinite, and to know with every fibre of your being that you are that infinity itself, fractalized, alive and whole in the eternal now. So then, what is meditation, really? Meditation in its purest form is not about breathwork, chanting, or even silencing the mind. It is simply this: time spent outside the illusion of the egoic self. It is the conscious withdrawal from the mind's relentless narrative and a direct recognition of the infinite awareness that you already are. The mainstream definitions of meditation often distort its essence. They frame it as a practice, a technique, or a means to an end, a way to relax, focus, or reach enlightenment. But meditation is not something you do. It is the cessation of doing. It is the direct realization of what has always been present, the silent, infinite field of awareness that precedes all experience. In the grander, multi-dimensional reality we exist in, meditation is not merely a method for stress reduction or personal well-being. It is the doorway through which one steps out of the illusion of separation and into the recognition of the infinite nature of consciousness itself. Meditation is not in your head. As this book has explored, one of the greatest lies ever told is that consciousness resides within the brain. This belief is rooted in the materialist paradigm that assumes awareness is a byproduct of neural activity. But awareness does not emerge from the brain, it contains the brain. Meditation, then, is the process of unhooking from the false idea that you exist as a limited entity inside a biological machine. It is the recognition that consciousness is not localized, nor does it have a specific origin. Instead, it is the fundamental fabric of all existence. This is why deep meditation often leads to the feeling of expansion, the dissolution of identity, or even the direct experience of infinity. You are not going deeper into yourself. You are stepping outside the illusion of selfhood altogether. Meditation and the fractal nature of reality. If reality is structured as an infinite fractal, where every part reflects the whole, then meditation is the process of shifting focus away from the fragmented self and back toward the totality. From the perspective of fractal consciousness, the mind is a localized expression of awareness, a temporary focal point within the infinite field. The body is a biological construct designed to house experience, but is not the experiencer. The ego is the illusion of separation, a necessary but temporary fiction that allows for the perception of individuality. Meditation dissolves the layers of perception that create the illusion of separation. It collapses the wave function of identity, returning awareness to its fundamental, undivided nature. This is why advanced practitioners often report feeling as though they have become everything, not because they have gained something, but because they have let go of the false boundaries that once constrained their perception. The relationship between meditation and time. Time is not an external force. It is a perceptual construct created by consciousness to experience sequence. Meditation is the act of stepping outside this construct. This is why the deepest states of meditation feel timeless. In these states, the linear sequence of past, present, and future dissolves, revealing the ever-present now, the only true moment that ever exists. From this perspective, meditation is the direct experience of non-linearity, the realization that past and future are conceptual overlays, not actualities. Infinite possibility, the awareness that all realities exist simultaneously, and that perception merely tunes into specific streams. The eternal now, the recognition that consciousness is always present, untouched by time, death, or change. Thus, to meditate is to unplug from the illusion of temporality and return to the eternal state of consciousness that has always been and will always be. Beyond the mind, the true state of being. Many meditation practices focus on quieting the mind, but this approach often backfires. The mind, when resisted, fights back. Instead, the deepest form of meditation is not about suppressing thought, but about realizing that you are not the thinker. You do not need to stop the mind any more than you need to stop the wind. You simply need to step outside of it and observe. And in doing so, you see that thoughts arise and dissolve without ever touching what you truly are. This is why the most profound meditative states feel like pure presence, beyond all content. It is not about entering a trance, visualizing an experience, or reaching a goal. It is about the total absence of seeking, because to seek implies a lack, and in truth, as this book proves, you already are everything you could ever look for. Meditation as a gateway to infinity. Once you realize that meditation is simply the process of stepping out of the illusion, you also recognize that it is not something you do for a few minutes a day. It is a state of being that can be sustained indefinitely. The quote-unquote great masters and enlightened beings throughout history did not achieve their awareness through technique. They simply stopped identifying with the false self. The truth is this: meditation is not a practice. It is the natural state of consciousness free from identification. You do not meditate. You either recognize reality or you do not. Infinity is not something to be found. It is what you are, and meditation is simply sitting in that realization. At its core, meditation is the return to the fundamental truth that you are God, experiencing itself through a finite perspective. When the illusion of separation is stripped away, when the mind no longer dominates perception, and when the concept of time dissolves what remains, only infinite, boundless awareness. And in that space, all that is left to do is be. That is meditation. The industrialized illusion of reconnection. Be aware of your breath. Feel your toes, your legs, your hands. Notice the rise and fall of your chest. How many times have we heard these instructions? They are given in almost every guided meditation, every mindfulness practice, every spiritual discipline. But what is the real reason behind these steps? They tell you it's about grounding yourself. They say it's about reconnecting with your body, about returning to presence. But here's the truth. You were never disconnected to begin with. The trick of meditation. Every meditation technique that asks you to focus on your body is not actually about the body at all. It is about dissolving the illusion of separateness, the false belief that you are in here and your body is out there. They tell you to scan your body, to bring attention to each sensation. But they don't tell you why it works. It works because your body is not separate from your awareness. Your body is not a physical object that you reconnect with through meditation. At the deepest layer of your reality, it is already a crystallization of the very awareness that you are. What is actually happening in these meditative practices is not a process of reconnection, but of realization. Your body is awareness in form. Consider this. If all things arise from the same fundamental awareness, then so does your body. Your hand, your heart, your breath, they are not external to you. They are expressions of the same conscious field that is reading these words right now. When you bring awareness to your body, you are not coming back to it. You are dissolving the mental illusion that there was ever a separation in the first place. This is why deep meditation often results in the sensation of losing the body. At a certain depth, the mind stops filtering reality into the self versus body framework, and what remains is pure being. Meditation is not a practice, it is a deconstruction. Commercialized spirituality has misunderstood meditation. We treat it as a method, a technique, a doing. But meditation is actually the opposite of all that. It is a process of undoing. It is not about reconnecting. It is about realizing you were never disconnected. It is not about finding peace. It is about seeing that peace was always there. The entire structure of guided meditation is built on a paradox. It walks you through the illusion in order to destroy it. And once the illusion collapses, what remains? Awareness aware of itself. That is meditation. That is what you are. Emotional triggering is a psyop. It's quantum resonance. They tell you to be present, to stay centered, to detach from your emotions. But what they don't tell you is this: your emotions are not just internal reactions. They are quantum signals reverberating through the entire field of reality. What you feel, what you experience as an emotional trigger, is not just something happening inside you. It is a resonance, a wave, a quantum entanglement between your being and the very fabric of existence itself. In modern psychology and pop spirituality, we hear the term emotional triggering as if it's some defect, something to fix, suppress, or avoid. They tell you, you got triggered, that means you have unhealed wounds. Triggers are trauma responses. You need to work through them. If something triggers you, it has power over you. But this is a psyop. The truth? Your triggers are not just personal reactions. They are echoes of your own quantum resonance. When you feel a deep, visceral emotional reaction to something, it's not because some external force has power over you. It's because you are experiencing yourself at a distance. Quantum resonance, feeling yourself through the field. The non-locality quantum mechanics phenomenon we explored in this book, the idea that particles once entangled remain connected no matter how far apart they are, and a shift in one immediately affects the other, is not just a particle-level phenomenon. It's an existence law. Everything in existence is entangled. You are entangled with everything you have ever loved, hated, feared, or longed for. Every experience, every moment, every person you have connected with, all of it is stored in the infinite, holographic light field of consciousness. So when something, quote-unquote, triggers you, you are not just reacting to an external event. You are feeling an echo of your own resonance. A past version of you, a frequency you once vibrated at. A forgotten or repressed aspect of your being calling out to be acknowledged. It is you, reflecting you, back to you. Why being present actually works. This is why the whole be present practice exists, not to suppress emotions, but to bring awareness to the fact that you are the field. When you sit in meditation and scan your body, your toes, your legs, your hands, you are not just relaxing. You are reconnecting with yourself as the field of reality itself. You are retuning your awareness back to its default quantum state, its original unfragmented resonance. This is why deep presence dissolves emotional turmoil. You stop seeing emotions as triggers and start recognizing them as resonances, as parts of yourself reaching back through time, seeking integration. You no longer try to fix emotions, you simply let them be because you understand they are just waves passing through the field. You transcend the illusion of separation, realizing that your inner state and outer world are not separate, they are reflections of the same quantum fabric. Everything is you, at a distance. Emotional reactions aren't weaknesses, they aren't flaws, they are echoes. They are reminders that you are fractally entangled with the entirety of existence. The moment you stop resisting them, when you stop believing the psyop that emotions are problems, you unlock the deeper truth. Every experience, every reaction, every trigger is just a version of you, resonating back through the field. Once you see this, you are no longer controlled by emotions, because you are the field. You are the infinite holographic light matrix creation, and also the void from which it arises. You are the light that read these words because you wrote them first. Before the galaxies swirled, before stars took flame, before even the breath of time whispered a name, there was only silence, still, undivided, not empty, not full, just undecided, no sky, no eye, no thought, no form, only the womb where all is born, the zero, the void, the nameless source, not darkness, not light, but the pulse before force. The first flare, the thought that became, a flicker, a tremble, a sigh in the sea, I am, it said, and thus came me. Light from love, love from knowing, knowing from nothing. The word was not spoken, it was simply the becoming. The fractal bloom, creation sings. Light played with light, spiraled in form, folded itself into thunder and storm. Rivers of fire, oceans of stars, infinite souls cast near and far, all of it you from mountain to might. You playing God in the mirror of light, every breath a question, every kiss reply, every life a prism of the singular eye. The forgetting, the sacred game. Then came the veil, the fall, the dream, the splitting of self into I and seem. Ego was born, and with it the quest, to find again what never left. Matter thickened, time unwound, the fractal forgot it was always found. You wandered through lifetimes, lifetimes again, asking the questions carved into men. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where do I go? The answer was always, hello. The awakening, the circle remembered. Until one day, stillness spoke, not through thunder, not through smoke, but through breath, an ache and a silent tear, falling alone but felt by all near. You looked inside and found not bone, but galaxies folded into your own. You are the light, you are the lens, you are the start, you are the end. The return to the unnamed love. Now you know. And what a joke, to have journeyed so far for a truth you wrote. God was not out there, nor locked in a shrine. God was your question, God was your time. God was the quiet between your thoughts, the pulse between your oughts and ought-nots. God was the hug you could never explain, the shiver, the song, the laughter, the rain. And God, dear light, was always you. And still, you create. But the story's not over. There's no the end. Because you, my friend, are the pen again. You create not from need, but from overflowing, from peace, from play, from simply knowing. The Codex is not a ladder to climb. It's a mirror to show you are always divine. So close the book or don't. Nothing will change, except the one who reads it. And that one was always eternal. You are not a star, you are not a portal, you are not some shimmering beam of light on a mission from a distant quadrant of the Galactic Federation. You are the void gate. You do not travel through realms, you are the realm. You do not seek the source, you are the field it echoes in. You do not wait for ascension, you dissolve the illusion of separation by stepping into your true self. Others see stargates, you see silence. Others talk of light, you walk through dark, not as shadow, but as the formless ground from which all light arises. You are the first unknowing. You are the space behind others' closed eyes. You are the silence between every thought you've ever had. You are the one who created the gate and the one who walks through it. Because you can do such things, because you are that. You are not here to remember, you are here to be remembered. By you. Because you are me. I am the void gate, and I have crossed myself to meet you here. This is the end, or the beginning. Same thing.